Hello, everyone. My name is Naz l'Eternel, but I'm gonna be called Naze the whole show, I think. I'm here with some friends and people I don't know to play a game of Broken Tales. For those of you who don't know, Broken Tales is an RPG that is produced by the Word Publishing. The crowdfunding was this year, but it's closed now. But you still have the late pledge until January the 10th. You can find the link below the screen. The game is available in English and in Italian. This game is an RPG about upside down fairy tales, where the players are going to play altered versions of the villains, working for the papacy as hunters. And each scenario is inspired by a fairy tale that went wrong. I'm not going to tell you which one this is, but you'll see. I'm going to be the storyteller for this scenario, which is a scenario that I wrote. And yeah, so I'm gonna let the players introduce themselves, starting with Happy.
Hello, everybody. My name is Happy, but you may call me, and I'll be playing Bernardo Barba Blue, based off Bluebeard from Bluebeard. I am a In this one, I'm a French gentleman who has always been called but to settle shady affairs of nobodies. I have secrets and dead wives and everything else. Go on.
Steven.
Hi, I'm Steven. I am playing James the Swordsman, who will be more recognizable from the story of Peter Pan. A gentleman fed to a beast by a mischievous child, lost a hand, and he survived, and he's back to try and better himself with the Order.
Shenanigans.
Yes, I'm Shenanigans, and I'll be playing Marina, sometimes known by most of the world as Ursula, kind of that idea. Um, and she's made some deals with some people, and maybe her deals have come home to roost, and she's got to pay her dues.
And John Good.
I'm Junkin. I today will be playing Machiavelli the Fox and Bisheri the Cat, because why go for one character when you can do two? These are two kids who grew up on the streets. They were tricking people. They managed to trick an old woman who turned out to be a witch. And then every 12 hours, the one kid is an animal, the other kid is human. The animals are fox or cat. So I have two different people, which is going to get really confusing and fun. I think they're from the Pinocchio tale originally, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, that's what I thought so.
Okay, so let's start. I'll add some music, and we're good to go. So, we're in France in 1783. You have been sent by the Order following up on a letter from Charles Maistre, who is the mayor of a village called Malain, Malain, in Burgundy. He reports in his letter a worrying number of disappearances of both humans and animals, and says that residents are finding mutilated and unrecognizable corpses more and more regularly in the adjacent forest. The savagery of the acts and the coordinated aspect of the disappearances makes him suspect the work of an inhuman creature. That's why you were commissioned to establish the nature and reason for these actions, and to put an end to it.
Mhm.
Do you hear any music?
No.
I don't.
There you go.
Now I do.
Nowadays. Yeah.
So the story begins with Charles Maistre, the mayor of the village. You are seated at the table in his house, which is also his office. He has had your drink of choice served to you, and he's scrutinizing you as you drink, trying to gauge whether you are up to the task. He's speaking cautiously to you, seeming to have a vague idea of what the nature of the order might be, but he remains insistent of the fact that this matter must be settled as soon as possible. So, to describe you the first scene, you are in the office The decoration is quite sober, but there are some ornaments that can be indicating somewhat an easy life for this man. We're in the morning for you, John-kun.
Thank you.
I am so happy to see that the papacy answered so fast. I must say this is a terrible, terrible, terrible situation. I mean, my villagers, my citizens are disappearing and dying off, and we have no idea why. I hope you can help me.
Don't worry. We'll fix this up. Back in the jiff. We'll fix this up.
Yes,
as
we'll
well.
gladly do our best to help.
Hmm.
Well, if there's anything I can help you with,
I
Um,
mean, I was wondering, is there perhaps a coin in this for us by way of solving your problem as well as just, the order's favor?
I just
coin.
raised my hand and just say, is there exactly where have the bodies been found?
He's gonna look at you, John. Which one are you playing right now?
Sly.
Spy. So he's just gonna look at you and he's gonna wait. I thought the papacy was hiring you. I didn't know we needed to
I
pay
know, but
you.
it's always nice to have
We don't need coin.
appreciation shown.
Yeah, James will want to interject and will like just have a hooked hand kind of go in between him and the gentleman and just be like, no, that's not what our intent is here. Now, my good man, could you perhaps
Fine.
tell us, as like a gross smile starts to spread across his face, is there any pattern to the victims, or perhaps someone who may be more in tune with any connections that may be between them?
I mean, there has been so many disappearances and murders lately. We had old people, we had cattle, we had young people, we even had some children and some infants. So really, there doesn't seem to be much of a pattern. We usually find them dead in the forest a few days later, and it seems to be worse and worse. It has been increasingly dangerous to be outside since maybe a month or 2 months.
Does
do
this
you
normally happen at night or during the day?
You mean the disappearances?
Yes.
Well, we don't have much information about this. I must say, I'm not the one directing the investigation for this.
Then who exactly is directing the investigation?
It would be my brother-in-law, Henry of Institutor. He's the noble of the village, and he's the one who pays the guards. So he's the one who runs the investigation on this. You should probably try to talk to him for more information about this. The only thing I know is that it's getting worse and worse, and I'm afraid this is not a natural effect.
So I guess we should pay a visit to this Henry. Anyone else to check?
And one final thing before we go. Should there be any reason why your people would be targeted? Is there anything that perhaps, you've slighted someone or something like that? Would there be, a hurt done to them that might make them seek revenge on you and your people?
Oh, I mean, no, we're a very quiet village. Nothing happens here. Usually we just go about our business, We have cattle and crops, and we just have like a small community, and usually things go smooth, but it has been a real hell since 1 month ago. I mean, people disappeared before, but that wasn't as bad as it is now.
People disappeared
How
before?
odd.
Exactly
well,
when?
I mean, we're living in a village surrounded by a forest, so people disappear. It happens, We don't have security when we leave the village. Sometimes people just get attacked.
Am I allowed? Can I? I know I basically in one of my descriptors says I hate secrets when I'm not pulling the strings. Is there like any information that I can figure out if he's lying to me?
So this part of your descriptor is the drawback. Let me check. Yeah, I mean, there's probably something because we don't know what is happening, but it's not a part of the descriptor that you can actually upplay. It's the part that would make you do something that you don't want to do.
Ah.
And was there anything that perhaps happened in this last month that may have had any unintended effects?
I mean, no, it's been, it's a very quiet village. Usually we have a very, very efficient installation here. We grow our own crops, we grow our cattle, we rarely have disease, and people are pretty happy here. So really, there's nothing much that happened lately. Nothing of note
Of
to me.
course.
How bizarre.
Yes. Any newcomers to your village as of late?
Newcomers, well, not in a long time. I think the last one who arrived was probably Lord of Institutor. That was like maybe 2 years ago.
Very well. Yes, I appreciate your time. We shall commence henceforth.
All right, let's get a move on, Marina.
Oh yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Are you looking at me? I was looking at that vase
Yeah.
over there. I apologize. Yes, I'm ready to go. I had no questions for him. He seems rather useless to me, but thank you.
Okay, so
As I stand up, I will scoop up the fox that's been sat quite patiently by my side, and kind of pet it as I walk out the room.
yeah, is it liking it?
Resigned to it, I think.
Okay.
All right.
So you go outside. You're in the village. You're in the middle of the village, actually. As you leave the house, you can see outside. It's a sunny day, and you can see people walking by, going about their business. They seem to be quite tense, and most of them seem to be sad for some reason. Considering that people have been disappearing lately, it's probably why. As you go outside, you can see that there is like a hillock that is on the side of the village. On the top of it, you can see a gorgeous mansion, and you infer this is probably where Lord of Institer is living. There's also, you can see there's an inn to the right when you're leaving the house. That seems to be not very active right now because it's the morning. So, and there are people passing by. So if you want to talk to them, you can too.
Well, the mayor did point us to Henry the Inquisitor, so should we visit him?
I mean, yes, we probably should, but we might want to arrange lodgings first. It's always good to be prepared and know where one's going to sleep at night.
Well,
Do
Besides,
we
they may have
think that
information.
it'll be so packed in this provincial little town that there won't be room for us?
I'm
They
sure we
look
will be able
busy,
to
but it's
strike
good
a
to
deal.
know that they have rooms. They may not. It's a small village. They may already be taken.
Well, that gives us a reason to act faster, doesn't it?
Either way,
Rest first. Rest.
no,
Rest
I'm not saying
second.
rest now. I'm
No.
saying just make
Investigate
sure that
first.
we can
Rest later.
Oh, fine, very well.
So where are you going?
I guess we're going to the Inquisitor.
So his name is Henry of Institutor. It's not an Inquisitor.
Oh, I don't know.
Henry of Inquisitor.
Henry
Sorry.
of Inquisitor.
Yeah, I love the Lane of Inquisitor.
Okay, so you go to the hillock and you start climbing and you get to the house and you can see it's a very, very big mansion. There's at least 4 floors. You can see there are 2 guards at the entrance of it, and there are stables on the side. So yeah,
All
who
right.
wants to talk to the guards?
My
I
good
don't necessarily
gentleman.
need to talk to the guards. I just want to let you all know I'm much more interested in this case now. This is a lovely, lovely, beautiful home.
My good
Indeed.
gentleman, we are here to see Henry the Institutor.
Oh, you have like a letter or something?
We
have
have our seals from the papacy. We're from the order.
Oh, the papacy. Wow, that's impressive. Okay, just wait
We're
here.
very impressive people. Thank you very much.
You can see one of them is going to the entrance to go check on his lord, and the other one is just eyeing you like, what are you doing here? um, the guard is knocking on the door and waiting, and you can hear keys turning and the door is opening, and you can see a tall gentleman with a very muscly, very richly clothed. He has a sword on his side, and he has like the bearing of a noble with a very handsome beard. Um, and he just talks to the guy for a second, and then comes out and goes to you. So I heard you wanted to talk to me. I didn't get
Indeed.
who you were exactly.
We would like to help on the case of the disappearances that's been happening more often than usual.
Oh, oh. So I'm sorry. How did you come here? Who
Your
sent you?
brother, your brother-in-law hired us.
Oh,
The
you mean
mayor.
Charles?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. He didn't tell me about this. Okay, well, I guess come on in.
Didn't he?
The order works in many, many mysterious ways.
So
Oh, curious.
he
It
leads
was
you
like
inside. Um, Sly, he doesn't leave you. You cannot leave his sight. he has like he has pinned you. He's not gonna let you try to steal anything right now.
Oh, no
Um,
fun.
as you
yeah.
get inside, you get into the entrance hall. It's a very big entrance hall. There are gold and silverware everywhere, and there are some big paintings depicting Henry. You can recognize him on the paintings. In like he's dressed like in the old times with um, like heroic posture. You can see he's trying to fight a dragon and smiting a witch and stuff like that. And
I'm starting to think he thinks himself very superior than others, which is gives me a bit of a distaste of him as a
I
character.
am going to put down Machiavelli
yeah, sure.
and kind of put him down somewhere off to the side and um, let him go and do what I can't.
Okay.
So you're just gonna let the fox steal?
Foxes are cunning and sly.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah.
So he leads
He
you
knows
to
he knows to stick to the shadows.
yeah.
Mhm.
He leads you to the you take a stair like a stair to get to the first floor, and he leads you to a lounge. You are seated on the sofa there. It's a very richly decorated room with gilding and silverware everywhere too, and you can see there are four paintings describing what seems to be like the myth of Henry. Like you can see him fighting a demon. You can see him like sitting on a throne with wretched people under his feet.
Hey,
He's always like surrounded by light.
can I ask him about his decorating decor?
Sure. What do you want to say?
Um, such a very. You must like yourself a lot. You must be very narcissistic.
Well, some people say that, but as I see it, it's just that I have traveled so much and I have fought evil so much that this is actually a pretty good depiction of myself, of my life.
No. You seem to be rather insinuating something rather devious about our new friend here. I, for one, find this to be a breath of fresh air. We don't often come across men of such stature as yourselves. These battles you've had, I too have fought beasts, but nothing of this. What a mighty
Indeed,
hunter you must be.
I do
Yeah, you can see
understand.
he's very flattered by what you're saying, and he clearly likes you. He's smiling at you. He's like, "Yeah, that's you see, you get it. This is not a this was not an easy life, and I think I deserve some respect for what I did in my life."
I
So
mean,
Of
when
course.
certainly.
as
Marina's
you're
like,
sitting, you can see he's taking out like a bunch of keys. Like he has hundreds of keys on a ring, and he takes one and just closes the door behind you with the key. He sits in his chair in front of you and crosses his arms and says, "Well, so you're here to help the investigation. So what would you like to know? How can I help you?"
Marina, I believe you had a question.
Oh, I was just going to say, I also find it very refreshing that you know your value. It's always important to know what you're worth, and obviously, you're worth quite a bit. Between the house and your actions and your title, clearly
Yeah.
you're a man to be reckoned with. I do have a question, though. What is your problem with witches?
With witches, well, I mean, they are the heart of evil. Like, they're
Oh,
corrupted
really?
souls. They have no reason to live. And I mean,
Really?
it's our Christian mission to get rid of the evil. So
Even if they
Interesting.
are,
you
if
can see
even if they're not entirely evil,
he's very fervent about this.
even if they're not entirely evil.
I mean, I have yet to see a witch that is not evil and has not done an evil thing in their life.
Have you come across many witches in your time?
Oh, I have seen many evil faces, and I always triumphed.
That doesn't really answer our question.
Have
What
you
was
come
it?
across any recently?
Um, well, not really. Um, John, where's your fox right now?
I put him down whilst our host was escorting, ahead of us on the stairs. I put him down quietly, and he's scampering through the rest of the house, and I can tell what he's doing because
Yes,
I can share thoughts with him.
that's right.
Oh,
So I'm kind of focused on this scene, but in the back of my head, I've kind of got a little, an alternate viewpoint going on.
I can't
Mhm.
wait to hear you purr, like purr as one of the animals.
What I'll say for now is that the fox is running around in the house, and at some point we'll get back to it. The main information you get for now is that there are no servants in this house. Like
Interesting.
every room is empty, and most of them are actually locked by key.
Yes, I'm interested about this key thing. Why do you lock yourself in everywhere?
Well,
I mean, I have been I have been attacked before by evil and darkness, and I found that sometimes a closed door is the best defense you need.
I just hold my
And you can see
keys, and
he's
I
holding the
just
keys, and
yeah.
I think Sly and maybe Marina too. You can see that there is one key that is really different from the others on the ring. There is one key that is maybe a little smaller, a little chunkier, looks older, rusted,
Are
and
there
there
any
is some kind of
distinguishing
stain on
marks
it.
on it? Some kind of stain.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Do I notice it?
No, I don't think that's part of you. No, it's really more for the thief and the sorcerer.
So,
Ah,
in line with the questioning of keys, I'm glad that I think Marina brought that up.
Hmm.
I'll have noticed the blade that he has on him, be like, with all of your exploits and that fine weapon on your side, surely you don't also fear what it is that has been making the citizens around here disappear?
I mean, whatever it is, it's hiding from me, so I cannot deal with it right now. I guess that's why you're here.
Yes, I suppose so, but indeed, you don't fear it in your own home.
No, I mean,
mm,
closing down my home is just the way I live. It's the way I keep evil out from my home because I don't want. I mean, I'm not alone here. Do you want them to come and for my wife? That's not a way to live. I'm not gonna endanger the people who live here with me. I'm here to fight evil, but I'm not here to put my beloved in danger.
Ah, but quite
Naze,
so, quite so.
as Machiavelli's running around, does
Yes.
he see any evidence of family? Because I can pass stuff to him as well. Does he see any evidence of family?
Um. He he's scrambling around, and most of the rooms are closed.
Yes.
But yeah, you can see like there are. He gets to the second floor, and he gets like a smell of a fragrance of perfume that is
Okay.
probably that of a woman.
So there is at least one other person here in the house with him. Okay, I was just curious as to whether or not he was making it up.
Yeah.
so tell me more about your wife. How long have you known each other?
My wife, well, Adelaide is the sister of the mayor, as you probably know, and she and I met when I arrived in town 2 years ago, and we got married 3 months ago, maybe. She's a really sweet.
Congratulations.
Thank you. She's really sweet and beautiful and very smart.
Hmm.
She actually she does sort of the charity around the town. Like she helps out for anything that they need.
Okay.
Um,
And
I
when did the disappearances start again?
Um, from what I understand and what I gathered, there have been more frequent corpses and very frequent corpses for the last 2 months.
That's
Interesting.
2 months.
hmm.
Okay.
So
I
since you
just
got married, okay.
I got married
I
3 months ago.
I your brother-in-law said you were in charge of the investigation. What have you
Yes.
found so far, if anything?
Well, I had a look at the corpses, and there are clearly. I mean, it's terrible. It's very, very hard to look at them, but I'm a hardy man. Some of the corpses
Obviously.
are mangled and mutilated, and there's so much scar tissue. It's very odd, and some of them have their throats sliced, and some of them are eviscerated and exsanguinated, and it's not. I don't
Oh
know why.
my. So there's a
Hmm.
variety of different
Do
things happening to these people. It's not like
Yeah,
there's one particular type of attack that's
I mean,
happening.
I failed to find a real pattern in there.
Okay, interesting.
all
If you
right.
want to have a look, you can go see the corpses.
Where are the corpses, just
Yes.
for reference, in case we need them?
Well, we dug a mass grave next to the graveyard.
There's
Hmm.
that many that you needed a mass grave. How
I mean, we're talking a
interesting.
corpse a week right now,
Oh
at
my.
least.
Marina, I'm sorry I cut you off, my dear. Do continue.
Oh, I was just going to ask about the graves. I'm also very fascinated by the fact that they didn't get headstones. You're just doing one mass grave. Do you plan to go back and bury them individually after we solve this?
Um, right now, we are tending to the corpses of the children and the infants. So these
Those
get us.
poor, unfortunate souls.
It's
Yes.
Oh,
true.
how ha ha.
So unfortunate, these souls.
Yeah, you can see he's sad and angry about this.
Hmm.
Yes, this is very wrong. So I'm providing the money for their burial right now, and once we have found the source and dealt with the reason why there are so many people dying, sure, I'll pay for the burial of all of them if I need to.
That's
So,
very generous
question.
of you.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yes.
one last question. Uh, where, so are you saying there's like more bodies of younger people than there are of older people?
There are some of each, but we thought that children and infants and newborns should not be in a mass grave, and their parents should have the right to grieve them. So we we installed tombstones for this.
Mhm.
This is a conversation
Hmm.
moves to children. James goes from being very interested to just kind of like looking at his fingernails, disinterested, like I don't give a crap. Um,
Only,
he's also
only on
going
the one hand, of course.
on the good hand, yeah. So I guess it would be this one. No, his sword hand. Yeah, he'd just be like, yeah, children,
Well,
yeah, that whole thing.
he could be polishing his hook on the other.
Yeah, just absent-mindedly, just I can't wait till we're done this line of questioning. Now, you say you plan to fund graves at the end of all this, perhaps, which leads me back to another question that I believe I had. You came here but 2 years ago, and you've already got this mana, perhaps built on your own accord, or perhaps already existed. And you moved in. How is it you accumulated this mass wealth?
Oh yes,
Just looking around at all
I
of what I see in the room.
you can see he's really glad that you see he has a taste for finer things, and he answers, yes, well, the matter was already here. I just did a bit of renovation here and had my stuff installed, but as I told you, I traveled before, so I accumulated my wealth during that time.
Were you perhaps a nautical man?
No, I have stayed in France for most of my life.
Mm.
And these travels have taken you on such grand adventures in just one locale. That's fascinating. And is there any reason for you to believe that what may be happening now could be the source of evil that you may have fought before? Or does this seem the work of a madman, perhaps?
I mean, evil is evil. If it was just a man, I would probably already have found them and killed them. So there's probably something more happening here.
Interesting.
That's
Hmm.
probably a
Trust
very
me.
fair assumption.
As you're talking, you can hear someone knocking on the door.
How do you keep it
And
so
I don't know,
clean
Sly.
here? You don't
Sly, I
have any
don't know if your
staffs.
fox would have followed her, but he would have seen a woman starting to come towards the lounge, smelling
Okay.
of the perfume. And you can see Henry sits up, takes out his keys, unlocks the door, opens. Oh, darling. Well, come on in. We have some visitors sent by your
Nice.
brother, I believe.
Yeah.
They are here to help.
James
I didn't get their
stiffly
names, by the
enters.
way.
Uh,
And you can see like a 30 years old lady coming in, very beautiful with dark hair. She looks alike to Charles, being you gather she's Adelaide, the sister. And Marina, you can see that something is weird when you look at her. There's some kind of shimmer on her.
Hmm.
And now that you think back about it, you believe you saw that on Charles too. And she comes in and she greets you and she makes a little curve and oh well, I didn't know we had visitors, so I guess Charles didn't warn me. And maybe you need something to drink, or something to eat, maybe.
um, we're good. We're just here for the investigation.
It is a pleasure to meet you, of course, my lady.
She gives you a hand.
And I shall bow over it, going, Bisheri, at your service. While I'm
I'm
doing
delighted.
that,
Yeah.
can I just check the room that she came out of?
Hmm.
Did she lock it behind her?
No, she doesn't have the keys.
Then can Machiavelli run into the room and just have a quick nose around?
Sure.
Cool. Carry on.
Yeah, so we'll do that. Okay, so while you're talking, let's do it right now.
Okay, fine.
Machiavelli goes into the room, and you can see it's a bedroom. It's their bedroom, apparently. It's a very richly decorated room too. You can see there's a huge bed with silk sheets. It's a four-poster bed. You can see curtains that are exquisitely crafted. The pillows are sewn with gold and the initials of Henry and Adelaide in there. And there's like a nightstand. There's a cupboard. There's a yeah.
Okay, is there anything that's particularly heavy with her perfumes? An area that she tends to be at or spend a lot of time at, beyond something obvious like perhaps a dressing table or something like that?
Yeah, there's a nightstand and there's a closet.
I'm going to attempt to open the closet and just have a nose around inside, you know, with my little foxy paws.
Yeah, I don't know how much you're allowed to do, but let's do it.
I don't know either.
Yeah, you open the closet. The thing is, so the door is still open and you're opening the closet. Yeah, I'll say it's fine. You open the closet and inside you can find you find a cloak, a purple cloak, and some walking shoes that are made to walk like in the mud, and you can see they are actually smeared with sludge. Like it's not clean.
Did you say sludge or flesh? Just to double
Sludge.
check. Sludge. Okay, that's fine. Smeared with flesh would be a whole nother story.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Hmm.
So meanwhile,
Um,
you're talking to them, and the ladies. Well, if there is anything I can do to help your investigation, of course, don't hesitate. As you may know, I know everyone in the village. I'm here to help if you need anything. Maybe you don't have lodgings yet. You could go to Madan's Keg, which is my sister's inn. Yeah, just tell Anne that I sent you and she'll give you rooms.
All
Yeah,
right.
so
You have a
James would have.
sister here.
Huh?
You have a sister here as well as a brother.
Yes, we are three of us. There is Anne, my sister, and Charles, my brother.
You can have more than one brother or sister. You can have more than one sibling.
No,
you
it's
know?
illegal. Sorry.
It's just not allowed. Sorry. No, it's just interesting to see all the families staying together so closely.
Yes, well, we are an old family. We've been here for generations, and yeah, we like to stay here. We like it here.
Yeah, what was this lady's name again?
So the one you're talking to right now is Adelaide, Adelaide, and she mentioned her sister's name was Anne.
Okay, so when Adelaide entered, James would have stood up and just taken like the proper position. And he would also have tried to take her hand. When she offered something to drink, he
Yeah.
would have asked if there's any wine that he could sip at.
Oh, of course. Darling, if you can give me the key to the kitchen, I'll go fetch your wine right now. You can see Henry takes out a key, gives it to Adelaide, and she goes to fetch your wine. Does anyone want something else while I'm going?
No, but would you like some help? I could help you as you go.
Oh, you're a dear, but you're a guest here, so it's not needed.
Did he
Oh,
take off the one key, or did he hand her the whole keychain?
No, he took off the one key.
I'll have a sauce. I mean, a cup of milk, please.
Sure.
Ah,
Oh, Anne.
I don't need anything, my dear.
Okay, well, 1 cup of milk and a glass of wine. I'll be right back.
Thank
And
you.
she goes off to fetch your drinks.
Am I allowed to like talk to Marina alone or something?
Yeah, as a basis, you can always talk to each other, like whisper to each other, and I'll consider that you are not like overheard by anyone.
Yeah, as soon as James is aware that you guys are kind of like making guys try and have your own space, I'll go up to the gentleman to Henry, and I'll just like have him explaining this token of adventure or this artifact and all that.
Yeah, sure. So
I'll go
he
and
takes you on his adventures, and
distract.
he actually points to. I didn't say this before, but there's like a library in the room, and he points you to the part of the library where there are the books that he wrote about his adventures, like Henry
You
and
have
the
an
Dragon, or
autobiography.
Henry and the Wretched Witches of the North, or stuff like that, and he starts telling you tall tales about that.
I'll ask to borrow the one about the witches during our
Henry
stay
and the
here.
Sorcerer's Stone. I see.
Marina flinches every time he talks about killing witches.
Yeah,
I'll
does
look.
a lot.
I'll look back and like if I get him distracted while he grabs a book or something after I ask to borrow that book, I'll look back and just give her like a wink, just to be like, "Hey, look, just playing the game."
Yeah. I'll just ask. I'll ask Marina. You noticed something? Did you notice something?
There's an odd shimmer. I would say almost like a glamour to him and her. That's the closest that I could equate it, having done a glamour or two myself over the years. It's
Sorry,
that kind of shimmer.
Just to go back, it's not Henry, it's Charles and Adelaide.
Oh, it wasn't Henry, it was Charles that had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the blood relatives.
Hence the question about the sister who seems to be running the inn.
Yeah.
All three of them in the same area. If she has the shimmer, then could be something going on there.
Yeah. Seems like there's something. There's some smaller details. I honestly think we're dealing with more than one party of murderers.
Well, the variety. I'm speaking like the cat. I don't know why. Stuck in character. They've been killed in different ways. It's not like there is a consistent. Some of them were exsanguinated, so their blood let out. Others were torn apart. It's not like there seems to be one way in which this is being done. So I would anticipate multiple. Multiple attacks or beasties or something. But
I don't know. You could still have one. It could just depend on the amount of rage behind that one. I mean, not that I had killed many things myself.
Why would you kill them in two different ways?
It's been more than two.
One violently and one just burnt. One
And
just
one bled.
incineration.
I mean, and
like
some bled to death completely.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't think I
But that is
mentioned
kind of
incineration.
like more
in fact.
like violently, like they were slashed, which means that should be like the same party as the torn apart ones, right?
Naz, did you just say that they weren't burned?
Yeah, I never mentioned anything about being burned.
Yeah.
So wait, what were the ways people were dying?
You're
What?
not sure. It was very vague on what he said. He said that some were mangled and a lot of scar tissue, and some had slit throats, and some were eviscerated or exsanguinated, and that's all you got.
I thought incinerated was eviscerated.
No,
Anyways,
eviscerated. Sorry.
what does it mean to be eviscerated?
It's your
Have your guts
insides.
pulled out, essentially.
Yeah.
The fun way.
Essentially,
Is it like
it could just be somebody slashed so deep across your belly that all your insides fell out because there was no muscular to keep it inside anymore.
I still don't want to rule
Delightful.
the idea of multiple parties.
No.
No.
You could be onto something there, but the variety of ways in which they have been being killed or the bodies have been found is intriguing.
While they're discussing this, James, you have moved on to one of the paintings with Henry. And as you have a closer look to it, you see there's a weird symbol that seems to be like semi-hidden in the painting that you can see when you look closer, being a fine arts amateur. And you can see there's a symbol of an open book with a red droplet on top of it. A blue droplet, sorry.
And is this painting, is this one you've done yourself?
Oh, I commissioned those from from a painter. I can give you the name if you want. I mean, you would surely look good in one of those.
Oh yes, I imagine he would do a wonderful nautical scene, and that is where the bulk of my adventures have come from, and his
Oh, you're
style
a sailor.
is really catching
Can
the
I-
eye.
Can I hear him? Can I hear him? I'm just gonna sigh when I hear him. Just like sigh and roll my eyes. After all, I just cannot stand the gaze of those who consider themselves morally superior to others.
Yep.
Now, my
And
assumption is that we've all been in the order, so you'd be familiar enough with me, um, and I'd hope that Barbaloo would kind of be aware that I'm just trying to play it up for this guy.
I think he's
I
just
would
saying
hope.
at Henry.
Okay, good, good.
But part of
Um,
me, but knowing you, part of me says you're half lying.
That's
Kinda.
probably fair.
I mean, let's go
So-
with it.
As you're talking, Adelaide comes back with the drinks. So she gives you your wine and she gives you your milk. And Henry goes back sitting, and James, you keep having a look at the other paintings, and you can see that the symbol is in all the paintings. And now that you're having another look at the room, you can see the symbol is also on Henry's chest, like his armor has the symbol too, and he has a ring too with that symbol. And Henry sits back and says, "Well, is there anything else I can help you with, or maybe you would like to go? Because I
As
have."
Adelaide handed me the glass of wine, I would have graciously accepted gentleman's
Yeah.
bow with it and been like, my apologies to the both of you. Congratulations on your marriage.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was a very wonderful moment, and we enjoy every second of it. And you can see Adelaide is like, "Oh yes, it's really it's a delight to be here and to share my life with Henry."
You don't mind being locked into each room then?
Oh, I mean, Henry has his quirks, and she starts caressing him like affectionately. But it's how you make a marriage work.
Mm. All
He
right.
doesn't lock me in. I can walk out whenever I want. He just likes to be safe.
That's entirely understandable, especially with everything that's been going on recently.
Makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, just out of interest, does Adelaide have a ring on?
She has a wedding ring.
And okay, does it match Henry's? So open book, blue teardrop.
No.
No. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Don't worry, James is going to bring that up when we're not in their presence anymore. But he'll look at the rest
Oh
of
yeah,
the
sorry.
of the
That's
group.
you haven't told us about this. I'm sorry. Forget that.
No
I
worries.
don't know anything about it.
Yeah, so after that, and we spend a couple minutes doing other pleasantries as we sip our respective beverages. James will look back to the rest and be like, I believe we have a good starting point for now. We know where the graves are, and that may be a good place to begin the rest of this, unless we choose to go to the inn first. But does anyone else have anything for the gentleman or the lady?
Nothing. Nothing
I
much.
had
Not.
one last question.
Hmm.
Sir, how did you come to be in this province? Were you assigned to this province? Did you find it and like it?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I apologize. This province. Did you happen to like get assigned to be the person in charge, or did you find it and kind of acquire it?
Oh, I mean, I was traveling and I came into town, and you can see he's looking at Adelaide, and he's like, and then I found my wife, and I thought it was a good time to settle down, and I bought the manor because the previous noble had left, and since then, since I am the richest man here, I am the one paying the guard as a courtesy to my brother-in-law, and it's just a little arrangement you have.
Hmm.
As I gesture to the bookshelf, and what sort of grand adventure brought you to this place?
Oh, it's always the same story for me. I was looking for some evil to uproot, and I found love instead.
Hmm.
I have one further question at the moment. You and your guard have been investigating these disappearances and murders, yes?
Yes, of course.
Is there anyone specific on your guard we should speak to who's been in charge of the investigation?
Oh, they are not that bright, so I'm the one leading.
So you're the
Uh,
one leading.
yes.
And
Hmm.
have you found anything curious or odd so far?
Uh,
Anything unexplainable besides merely the appearance of the bodies on such a regular basis?
yeah, I mean the sheer amount of death is incredible, and I told you some of the corpses were really, really disturbingly mangled, and I don't know who exsanguinates children, but that seems like a very wrong thing to do.
One with
Hmm.
sense might not mind. Uh, I had something, but I forgot. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
if there's nothing more, I'll
Mhm.
let you go to the grave. You can take this, and he writes up a letter for you, gives it to you. He gives it to James, and says, "Well, just show that to the guards at the graveyard, and they'll let you do your job. Please do
You
let me
have to keep the
know."
graveyard guarded.
I mean, they're taking care of the bodies right now.
Oh, okay, sorry. The guards at the graveyard made it sound like they were keeping watch on the place for something.
Mm,
No, they're just taking
yeah.
care of the dead.
As we exit,
Okay.
I'll just give them both a nice farewell. Just be like, well, to your good fortune in having met each other, you came here for adventure. You found love instead, perhaps one of the greatest adventures of them all.
Indeed, it is, and they both
James, you
they both bow to you.
sentimentalist.
Marina looks a little disgusted at that love.
I do. I hate to. I hate to agree with James, but I do agree that love is beautiful. Cherish it with all your heart.
And
Wow,
that
he's
we
he's
will.
full of crap. He's just hamming it up right now, trying to make them like him. But okay.
No,
I
but well,
join
I was
Marina
actually
in
being.
rolling my
Well,
eyes.
unlike him, I was actually being truthful.
Yeah,
Unlike him.
Barbara Blue is a family man.
Yes.
Okay, so you leave the mansion.
And
Um,
as we leave, I would like
yes.
Machiavelli to run up beside me, and anything that he may have been able to carry in his mouth, coins, rings, small trinkets, and baubles, I will gladly take off him.
Of course.
Yeah,
I. Of
I'll
course, you were
say
going to do that.
I'll
Um.
say you took. He took. Like you were not exactly controlling him at that point, so
No, it's
he
not controlling. He knows what we talk. Let's put it that way.
he took a piece of cloth, like a piece of silk, that
Oh,
is
okay.
embroidered. That is embroidered with the name of Adelaide in it, but it's embroidered with like golden threads, and it's a
Ooh.
very beautiful handkerchief that you just got.
I have a beautiful handkerchief. I shall have to remember that. Okay.
Oh, my friend, could I just?
I still have doubts about that person. I'm just going to voice that I have doubts about him.
Marina,
Oh, of the
what will you
man.
say?
Yeah, I'm assuming this is like as we're traveling, we're
Yeah.
opening up and we're talking freely. Like,
Yeah.
oh, of Henry, the Lord. My suspicions lie more with the wife. See,
My suspicions lie more with the keys.
yes, the keys are quite suspicious. He may be a controlling man. There's something off about him, but as far as the potential connection with all of the mishaps about, there was a symbol I saw in many paintings on his ring and a chest in the room, which at some point we may want to re-explore.
Might
It
I?
wasn't on her ring, but it was on his. I think, and I'll have the opportunity to look into this later in town as well, but it may be some symbol of control. An open book
Yes.
with a blue drop on it.
Not
Might
to
I
mention,
see?
Marina did find something very strange about the two siblings, right?
Oh, do tell, darling.
Yes,
Well, I
Marina,
was
do
just also
speak up.
wondering, could I just see that handkerchief for just a moment? Did I
Oh,
see the
certainly,
handkerchief?
my dear.
Okay.
I'll want the gold thread back, but here you go.
Oh, I'm not going to keep it. No, no, dear, it's all yours.
Oh.
Is there anything strange about the handkerchief other than the fine workmanship?
No, it's a beautiful handkerchief.
Just beautifully made. Okay. All right.
And I'm assuming Machiavelli's foxy senses didn't pick up anything amiss with it. Like
No,
the
it
smell of
smells.
rotting decay and death or evil or, something like that.
It smells of perfume.
Ugh.
See,
And did you want him to? That's okay. Here's my question: did you want him to take one of the shoes in the closet?
shoe.
I mean, sure, why not? Well, yeah, because if she's being kept inside and kept safe, the fact that she's got muddy shoes is a little odd, certainly.
Okay, so you got the shoes. You got
Okay.
one shoe.
One shoe and a handkerchief stuffed in it. Cool, that's fine.
Yeah. The shoe is not clean. The shoe is smeared with sludge. You have no idea where it comes from.
When you say sludge, is it mud or is it not just mud? Is there other stuff mixed in? Like as we're walking along, you can.
Yeah.
I'm imagining we're walking through.
I mean,
along a muddy road.
half animal, so I would say you would understand that this is not like just regular mud. There's something extra slimy in it.
Something extra slimy in it.
Yeah.
Delightful. Marina, my dear. My other half has also brought this, and there seems to be a little something extra mixed in with the dirt and the mud. I'm a little loath to try and deal with it myself, but I thought you might be able to perhaps ascertain whether it's something extraordinary.
I do love the extraordinary. I do love it so much.
You are. That's because you're a fascinating creature, my dear.
I love this. You could just keep, even if you're lying, you could just keep this up all day, and I'll love it. Is there anything strange about the sludgy mud-like substance?
How are you looking at it? What do you want to do to ascertain it?
So I'm 1 second. Sorry, treasure.
So sorry, I phased out for a bit. What was this about mud?
The shoes that my vulpine half found in the closet, they're a little dirtier than normal, one would expect, and it's not just mud or dust or anything like that. There appears to be something a little... I hesitate to use the word slimy in polite company, but it'll do for now. Mixed in with there, and Marina's just having a look to see whether there's anything she can ascertain about it with her magnificent array of senses.
It doesn't have the same glimmer as she did, correct?
It's not the same. It's not the same the same shimmer. No, but there's definitely something unnatural about the quality of that mud. Like you touch it and it's very sticky, and you have a hard time like taking your hand off it.
Because it's so sticky, not because I want to acquire it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, just had to make sure because Marina is an acquisition specialist. So
She's a hoarder.
yes. So if we could find the source of this would probably be helpful. It's very viscous. It's not watery. It's very sticky. I would not touch it with anything that you don't want to have permanently attached to it, other than your skin.
Oh.
Which luckily grows back. Skin does.
Hmm.
I would say though, I did want to mention the otherness of her and the brother. I don't know that necessarily. I didn't get any sense of deception rolling off her. I don't know if she's necessarily aware of whatever it is that's making her up.
The shimmer was not like it is not it's not deceiving anything.
Yeah. So I don't know. Oh no, I just meant her as a person. I didn't think that she was deceiving anything. She seemed very open and honest.
Oh, there was like a look. She gave you a look when she came in, like for half a second.
Interesting.
Perhaps it was a mistake of mine to ask for a beverage. Did take her away from us and our questionings for a bit.
Interesting.
Did I spot anything off about the milk that she gave?
No, it was delicious. The
That's
best
all
milk
right
you
then.
ever had.
It
Oh
seems.
my.
Probably freshly acquired today, I would imagine.
Yeah.
On our way out of the manor, if I were looking at all the doors that we passed, would I have seen one that seemed to match the ornate key?
No, you're not a key expert, but all the doors seem to have like a regular lock that would match the usual keys.
Okay.
So
Intriguing.
where are you going?
The guards didn't have that shimmer, did they? Just her
No.
and her brother so far? Oh.
Yeah.
Seems like the family does. I want to be surprised.
Potentially, we need to see whether was it Anne at the inn, whether
Anne,
she has the
yes.
same. Perhaps
Perhaps we
same.
go into town first, meet some of the town folk, see what their impressions of this family are, meet the...
Maybe the graveyard is in the town as well. Who knows?
Perhaps. I really believe that checking out this book, or this painter's office, and maybe asking him about that symbol I've seen may be useful.
Did you get his name?
I did, and it would be written down. Did he loan me the book?
Yeah, if you wanted a book, he would have given it to you.
Yeah, I'll put the little piece of parchment or paper or whatever in the book, and I'll take that. He did give me the name of the man.
I'm very interested in the symbol as well. Symbols carry weight and power. I'm very interested.
Yeah, I'll describe the symbol in the best detail I could, specifically to Marina.
Yeah, Marina, you get a bad vibe about this.
I don't like it.
Why?
It's interesting that it's only on him and his belongings, though. That's what's interesting.
Yes, quite so.
His belongings are marked with us, but then she and her family seem to have this.
And perhaps secretly as well, if they are embedded in a painting and he did not paint them himself, it's possible they were put on there by another.
Yeah.
But who would hide a book with a drop in a painting? Or on... Can I ask, Nays? Well, I didn't see this, so I'll leave it up to you what James saw.
Mm-hmm.
Did James see that this symbol was hidden on his chest plate and on his chest and on his ring, or was it obviously on his ring and on the chest?
It's not like it's not covered by anything, but it's not very obvious either. It's like
okay, so it's
like
a
if you had a
subtle
little
thing.
pin or something like that, but that you would
Okay.
like half show it.
Fair enough. So it's not like his family symbol. It is.
No, he has an actual family symbol that is not the same. That has like his
Okay.
initials.
Fair enough.
Interesting.
It would just have been stupid if we'd gone down that and it just turned out to be his family crest or something like that. So I thought, just double check that.
I felt it wise not to ask him in his presence, but to the town then.
All right.
the town.
To the town.
Unless you have any objections, Marina, my dear.
No, no. I am very interested to meet this painter.
Okay.
I wonder if he'll
So-
do me a portrait.
You
Could be a little tricky, depending on when he does it, though.
From 11 to 1.
I just sigh. I sigh again. I just make another sigh.
Oh,
You go-
come now, Babalu.
you go to the town. So what do you wanna do? Do you wanna go to the inn? Do you wanna go back to Charles Mace, or do you wanna go talk to people in the streets, or do you wanna do something else? Do you wanna go see the painter?
Well,
I think, and this is deliberately not the cat at this point, I think Marina should possibly be the person to go see the innkeeper, this Anne, to see whether they have the same shimmer, to see whether it's a family thing. Because you were the only one that spotted that, weren't you?
No, I think someone else saw that there was some. Oh no, or someone else saw the key. That's right.
I saw the key. I
Yes.
didn't see the shimmer.
Okay.
So
if
Yeah, the
Marina
rest-
tells me what to ask about the symbol, I'll do my best to get all the information that she'd want. If we do have to split up, if we don't, then I would feel like I'd also be useful with the inn and talking to the people in there.
No, I have no problem going to see the innkeeper. Just if you go see, if you go see the painter, I would just like to know where he got the symbol and why it's only on items involving the.
I guess that makes sense. Maybe it
I'm-
was like a commission.
Now, there's
A
also the
commission,
possibility it was
preference?
painted on by another.
True.
But to do it so well and to hide it, as you said, so cunningly in the symbols is unusual, especially if it's on his signet ring as well.
Yes. Yes,
I
all
believe it
good
was on
questions
his-
for him.
It was on his person too, right? Like on his shirt or his
Yes,
top,
which is
right?
why I'm suspicious it may not have been the painter's doing himself. But regardless, a good question for him.
I'm happy to come along with either you, my dear Marina, or you, James, or I can attempt to ascertain whether there's anything in the anything in more the public domain, perhaps, that may be of interest to us.
Well, I guess we should check the inn. Maybe.
So are you splitting up?
Yeah, I think we should split up. James and Sly should go to the painter, while Barba Blue and me and Marina go to the inn, just to make sure of her whatchamacallit.
Okay. Sly, what is Cunning doing?
Cunning is currently riding on my shoulder, but I will let him kind of run his way down my body and run off. I don't know whether foxes can do it. I have no idea how big they are in comparison to me, actually, because I've kind of got this smaller thing in my head. I shall put him down on the ground there. Let's go that way. That's easier. And I want him to go scampering off and listen in for the gossip in the town. You know,
Okay.
whether there's anyone going, oh, did you hear about that death last night? It's terrible what happened. Oh, yes, but you know what she was doing with her husband behind his back, don't you? Oh, it's terrible.
Okay, sure. We're gonna start with the painter then.
Delightful.
So that's Sly and James. You arrive to a modest house and you knock on the door, and there's an old man that opens it and goes, "Oh, yeah, can I help you with anything?"
Yes, I was given your. I believe you are the man we're looking for. Is given the name blah blah
Lucian.
blah. What was it?
Lucian.
Lucian. Oh yeah. I was given the name of Lucian as a fine painter by the Lord Henry. Says that you maybe
Yes.
want to ask about commissions.
Ah, yes, that's me. My finest
pleasure.
work yet.
Yes, a pleasure to meet you. Doff the hat and everything. I actually have a red one for.
Yeah.
Someone
Uh,
came prepared.
how useful, right? It was perfect.
Oh, please come on in. He gestures you to come in and get into his his like his house basically.
Mhm.
And you get in, and it's a modest house. Like it's a one big room, and you can see there are paintings being um, hanged on the wall, and you can see there's one drying of like a river going through a field.
Your
Okay,
works here are quite
what were you
fine.
thinking? Was it a portrait or more of a landscape thing?
Well,
I could paint you into sky if you want. I can really
I
put
mean,
you
my
anywhere.
friend here enjoys more of a nautical theme. How are you with boats?
Ah, sure, a boat. Why not? Do you want it to
Yes.
be sinking, or do you want it to be under heavy rain,
oh, the
sunshine?
poetry of this sinking boat does intrigue me. Perhaps we talk business another time, but for now I have a different sort of question. Now, what is your impression of Lord Henry? As a man, not as a customer.
Lord Henry is he's a really kind man, and he provides for the village. He seems very brave and very strong. Real lucky to have him here.
Yes, his exploits do seem rather fine and mighty. His portraits, do you believe that the ones he asked you to commission, do you believe there's much truth to them?
I mean, I didn't see the dragon. I painted it.
Yes, and that was a mighty fine painting, if I recall. Now, I did notice one thing in many of those paintings, a small book with a drop in blue. Does this
Oh,
sound familiar?
Whilst
are
he's
you?
talking about this, I'm going
Yeah,
to be walking around the room and looking at the other paintings to see if either that symbol's hidden in them or
yeah,
whether there are other symbols hidden in them as well. The paintings that he's got on display here in his
yeah.
studio.
So you have a look. There's like a portrait of an old lady holding a child, and you see nothing there. You go to a very rural landscape with a small house and a smoke coming out of the chimney, and there's nothing there. And you keep going, and you don't see anything.
Worth a try.
As soon as you mention the symbol, you can see he starts running, and it's like, oh, are you part of that order too? Do I really have to add that to my art? That's really not my style.
Oh, so it is something you've added, then.
Yeah, he asked me for it.
He asked you for it specifically, and was there
Yeah,
a reason that he asked for it?
he said it was for the order of the blue blood.
The Order of the Blue Blood, and do you know what that might be, or is that just the ramblings of a man who wanted a fine painting?
I mean, he made me paint a dragon. I didn't ask anything about it.
The Order of the Blue Blood. Would there be someone we could ask about this? Perhaps a library or a researcher of some sort?
We're a small village. We don't really have that kind of thing. I
Oh,
mean,
of course. Well, perhaps if you know further information on this, I could come back another time to ask about
are you
commissioning a
sure?
fine
I
portrait.
mean, I have some wine and some food. You could start drinking and eating, and I would start painting.
I'm gonna look over at, I think it's Sly who's active right now, and I'll just kind of make a small gesture if he has any questions.
And this work you do is very fine. How much would it be for a portrait of my friend here?
Oh, I'm sure we can figure something out. I don't even know what currency you have on you. You don't seem to be very local, so
We travel around a bit. Make our way hither and yon where needed. You know how it is.
you can
I'm
see
sure you've
Sly.
travelled much in your lifetime as a painter of such magnitude as yourself.
Sly, you can see for a second that there is like a very smart look behind the face of the old gentleman, and you can see he's actually trying to assess how much he could ask from James, looking so rich.
Yeah,
I
so
mean, my friend here is obviously very wealthy. You can tell by the way he dresses.
and he's got like very fine, elaborate rings on his one hand, and he'll just be like, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, my good man. Let us gain our bearings in the town first, and I will return to discuss this portrait. It does intrigue me so. And
Well,
I'll
as you
start
want.
toward the door. Yeah.
I mean, I'm open all day.
We may return later once we've made ourselves comfortable. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Just let me know when you want me to start painting.
Of
And he leads
course.
you outside.
Okay.
So meanwhile, we have Barba Blue and Marina. You're going
Mm.
to the inn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
we're nearing midday, so you can hear noise coming from the inn, like it's getting busy. And as you enter, you can see the ground floor is a very vast room in which you have tables and a bar, and there is a side room where probably the kitchen is and cooking is happening. And you can see it's pretty busy. You have like maybe 10 tables, and maybe 8 of them are being occupied right now by town folks who are discussing, drinking, and eating, and they seem to be much happier in there than they were during the morning in the street, and they seem to really enjoy having this place to kind of let off the steam.
Mm.
Behind the bar, you immediately recognize a young woman who's probably about 25. She has the same dark hair as Adelaide did, and she does have that small shimmer too. And you can see she's busy pouring drinks for people at the bar right now.
Hmm. Any, I'm
Yes.
guessing there is.
She
Is
has it
do you
as
see
well.
any shine?
Yes. Yes, it's there.
Hmm. Then there's no mistake. Something's definitely some different about her lineage. Something something's potent.
And
Um.
nothing else in here has the shimmer, right? Just her.
Yeah, just there.
Yes. Yes, it's only on her. And
Hmm.
in a crowded building, to only spot her, she's like a beacon right now.
All right. So should we talk to her or?
Um, because they're so busy, let's tell them that we'd like to get a drink and then speak with her once she's done. We'd hate to rush her and then get hurried
Mhm.
answers incomplete.
All right then. And then I just grab some coins and ask for some whiskey on the
Yeah.
side.
Brandy
Yes.
for me.
Oh, sure. Hello, good sir. Hello, lady. Please have a seat. Is it going to be only drinks, or do you want something to eat as well?
Uh, I'm I'm good.
Yeah, I'm not very hungry.
Okay.
But thank
You
you.
can see she goes in the back room and she comes back with your drinks.
Oh, they weren't with her here. She had to go somewhere else to get them.
Yeah, she has mainly she has like she has the bad stuff up front,
Ah,
and
okay.
for like you asked for whiskey and stuff like that, so she had to go back and get it. She slides your drinks and she goes, "So you're not from here? What are you doing here? What brings you to our little lovely village of Malin?
We're part of the order.
What's the
I'm
order?"
uh, well. We're an investigation team hired by your brother.
Oh, an investigation team. Wow, that's impressive. You
Yes, we're
said my
trying to.
brother hired you, Charles.
Yes.
Well, he didn't tell me about that, and you can see she's a bit upset about that. And
Hmm.
she starts eyeing you very precisely and taking in your faces and your posture and everything. So I guess maybe rooms are free for you since you're helping the village. You're going to help us, right? You're going to
Mm.
solve those terrible murders.
Indeed, we just came back from your brother-in-law Henry.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
I sure could need help right now because it's been several months and it's still going on. So,
Mm. Uh, uh,
so you didn't tell me where are you from?
I'm I am a French. I am French.
Yeah,
Uh,
I could hear because you speak the language, but where are you from? You said the order.
uh, yes.
What's
Uh,
the order?
we're basically an investigation team. We like I said, we're an investigation team.
Okay, I guess if you want to tell me anything more, stranger, you're always welcome to come. Um, Marina, is there anything you want to do?
I I want to let her keep working and then just watch her interactions with the town people and
Yeah.
see if there's anything odd about them.
You can see she is very friendly with everyone and she knows everyone. Like she is this establishment is the heart of the town. Like everybody comes here to meet and chat, and she knows everyone and she welcomes them and she asks news about their family and she gives her condolences to the ones who lost someone, and she's very open-hearted and very friendly to them. Um,
So very
Barba
like her
Blue,
sister.
yeah. Barba Blue, what you can see is that sometimes when she gives condolences, it doesn't seem as heartfelt as it could be.
Hmm. Um.
Um, very, since most of the tables were already busy, um, she very quickly has everyone seated and everyone has their food and drinks, and so she's kind of idle if you want to talk to her now.
Yeah. Um. Hmm. S- Uh. We were hoping to understand the disappearance. We were hoping to know more about the disappearances.
Oh gosh, me too. I mean, it's so terrible. There's so many people dying, and there's probably something in the wood. I mean, we've heard every story, but I don't really know what's happening.
But just a question. I making sure if I have right the information that
Mm.
there are stuff die. There's more people disappearing than usual.
Oh yeah, I mean we're a small village, so
I was saying that out
disappearances.
of character.
Oh, yeah. What you gather is that Charles told you that there has been like a strike of disappearances and corpses being found in the forest for the last 3 months.
Yeah. Hmm. Uh. It's just my associate and I. Uh. I just feel like it's really hard to get it. We would like to understand this. Why this is happening? Do you understand? Do you think you have any idea why this is happening?
You can see there
Uh,
is like a look of hesitation in her eye, and she's like, "No, I mean there's no apparent reason for this. We are a small village. We've always lived good lives, humble lives. I mean, right
well,
now it's getting worse and worse, and crops are starting to die. The cattle is getting sick, and people are dying.
hmm,
Did you say cattle's getting sick?
Yeah, I mean, until now we had like it was very easy to grow crops and raise cattle in here, and for the last maybe 1 month, 2 months,
have
it's
you
getting worse. But I mean, there are so many corpses all around. It's probably poisoning them.
have you tried have you tried moving? Maybe probably like set up moving the village to another place.
Oh, you want us to leave Malin?
No, no,
I mean,
no, no. That's not what I meant. That is not what I meant. I was just suggesting it.
my
It was just
family has been here for generations, and this is where we live. This is our home. We're not
that's fair
gonna give up
enough.
on it, and you're gonna help us, right? You're gonna get rid of it. So,
I did have a question, my dear. Um, when uh, when your new brother-in-law, when he came to town, what was your impression of him at first?
Henry?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's a very handsome man. I mean, my sister had so much luck. She's like, wow, if she didn't go for it, I would have. He's rich, he's powerful, he's smart, and he seems very, he takes good care of my sister. So,
So no bad
Hmm.
impressions when he first got here that were later changed.
I mean, he was a stranger coming into a small town. We always are very defiant at first, just like, but he helps us. He paid for a guard to come in, and he's trying to help solve those mysteries. So,
Hmm,
Hmm.
interesting.
so
And you,
I was
you
wondering because since you're investigating on this, maybe you could tell me a little more. I heard that some of the corpses were really, really mangled, and they were like scarred from all over the place, and that they had their throats slit. Is that true?
Uh.
unfortunately, I haven't seen the corpses. I don't know what their actual state
Oh.
is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't figured that out yet. That was going to be our next course of action.
Okay, because that seems very weird to me. I mean, it's not a beast that is going to do that. I mean, why would they be scarred?
Yeah, it seems very strange that they would be scarred at their death. It's normally scars take time to heal.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very strange. Were they missing before they were found, or they just were found dead?
Usually, I mean, it depends, but sometimes they disappear for like a few days and then they're found. But sometimes they disappear for weeks or months. And the first one we found had been disappearing for like, yeah, over a month.
Over a month, and it started 2 months ago, right?
It's been worse
When
since
you
3
since you
months ago.
found since you found the first body.
It was, I mean, yeah, 3 months ago.
So right around the time your sister got married.
Oh, my sister got married like 2 months. No, wait. Oh, I got confused. Nays got confused. No, it started 2 months ago, and they got married 3 months ago.
And so the first body, that person would have disappeared 3 months ago.
Yeah, I guess.
Huh. Interesting. Timing, it's so weird, you know?
In fact, yeah, true. As a matter of fact, there's... can I try talking to Marina separately?
Sure.
She questioned... did you notice that she also questioned the other deaths more than the others? Weren't there like some were like eviscerated? She didn't really question about that.
She didn't, no.
Which pretty much proves my point that there's a second party involved.
Well, part of me thinks that she may not have questioned that because you would expect if a wild animal did it, they're going to go for the, pardon my crude speak here, but they're going to go for the juicier, more edible, delicate pieces first, which would be the, organs, as we do as humans. We like to eat we like to eat the organs as well. So maybe that part wasn't as shocking to her that they would have been eviscerated.
I guess that would make sense, but...
Mangling, though. Mangling is weird. And the scarring.
Yeah. Still. So there's a party mangling the bodies, and then there's another party eviscerating them. I'm still ruling out that party idea.
I'm not sold on any one, whether it's one party or multiple parties, but they're definitely related. And I think, honestly, they're related to the wedding.
The wedding? You sure?
Something timing-wise, right? The first person disappeared right about the time that they got married.
Yeah, true.
Timing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway,
he came here 2 years ago.
yeah, and
Is
he
that
was
right?
also a witch. Also, he's a witch hunter, right?
Yes, he is. Witches don't make good enemies. Just saying.
And
Not that I know that from personal experience. Just witches generally, I've heard, don't make good enemies.
yeah. Anyways, I think we should investigate more in Henry, but we still should keep the eye on these people. They didn't even notice we were here.
Yeah. Weird. Villagers normally notice outsiders.
Well, no, that's not what I was trying to say. There was no Charles had no indication that we were gave no indication that we were coming. Yeah.
Ah, yes.
That makes zero sense for a mayor to do, if you agree.
Especially with his family. But he seemed surprised we were here already as well.
It just feels...
I'll say this: he wasn't surprised by your arrival. He was
No,
relieved.
that we had come so soon. He seemed...
No, he was happy to see you.
But his siblings were.
Yeah.
Which means Charles must have not told his siblings. Nor did he tell his brother-in-law.
I mean, he might have some concerns and doubts as we do about certain people.
So we should start investigating in the sisters, you mean?
You can investigate the sisters. I'm very interested in him. To be surrounded by that much shimmer and not notice it. That seems something is off.
Indeed. All right.
Okay. The last part would have been Cunning, the fox. Are you here, John?
Sorry, yes. Amazon delivery. It's good timing.
Can you roll a d6 for me?
Roll a d6. Why, yes, I do believe I can. Where are we? 6.
Okay. Um, so Cunning is like running the streets and trying to grab some hot gas, and he
Oh
is
yes, spill
attracted.
the tea, spill the tea. You don't see
He's
me, but I'm doing like a hand motion with this.
he ends up hearing someone like shouting in the street, and he gets closer and he sees a 40-year-old man, something like that, um, who's standing at top of a box, and he's like shouting to the streets, and he's like, "This town is going to ruin. The only way to go forward is to get rid of trolls. I mean, we're cursed right now. Can't you see it?" And the people are just passing him by and looking at him and shaking their heads like they're disappointed.
Just to check, did you say Charles or did you say trolls? Because I heard it as trolls.
Charles.
Charles.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be
So,
kind of funny
go
if this would be
Charles.
about trolls.
It would
Yeah,
be funny.
I wasn't
Total
sure as
change
whether
of
it's
pace.
like. Yeah. I wasn't sure. It could have been. I just wanted to double check. I knew what was
No,
going
it's
on.
Charles.
Okay.
And he keeps rambling about the fact that the people in charge of the city are not doing their job, and that the city is going down the hole, and that he has a plan for it to make it better, and that it involves getting rid of Charles as the mayor.
Okay.
Interesting.
I would like Machiavelli, if possible, to say what he did with it. And if
What?
he gets bored of
Wait,
his.
we couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
It was
No,
like
You're
you
you
turned
muffled
your
a
head
bit.
away.
It
just
just
had
cut
like
out
a lag.
briefly.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hello? Yeah, good. I would like Machiavelli, if at all possible, to watch this guy on his soapbox for a bit. And I assume after a little bit he's going to get a bit fed up of not having anyone paying any attention to him. I'd like Machiavelli to follow him and just see if he can find out any more about this man.
Yeah, actually, you stay there. I mean, Machiavelli is staying there and watching this man, and he gathers his name is Joel because someone is like, "Come on, Joel, go away. No one needs you." And actually, after like 30 minutes, there is another guy coming on another box on the opposite side of the street, and
Ooh.
this is an older man. He's around 50 years old. He's wearing like robes, like a priest robes, and he starts rambling about um, how there is no church in this town, and that's why everything is going wrong, and that they should embrace Christianity, and they should follow him and follow the path, and that and you can see this guy is very thin, like he looks malnourished. He looks like he's not having a great time being the clergyman in this town. And
Okay.
he starts talking about an unholy war between forces of darkness that is surrounding the village, and that's why everything is going wrong.
Okay. Does this priest have a name? anyone go, "Shut up, Father Fred," or something like that?
Yeah, it's Father Benoit.
Father Fred.
Father Benoit. Okay, interesting. Very interesting.
And so as soon as he starts rambling about this thing, the other one, Joel, gets down from his box because clearly they cannot shot both at the same time, and he just goes to Anne's keg, Manon's keg, and he goes in, and as Joel is going in, you can see Barba Blue and Marina leaving the inn, and so your fox is now with Barba Blue and Marina.
Okay, I will nip Baba Blue on the ankle gently, but enough to grab his attention, and kind of the equivalent of what dogs do, and kind of do point at Joel,
So Barba
and then
Blue,
dash back off.
Barbara Blue, as you're coming out of the keg, you cross a man that is like looking 40 years old, something like that. Who looks very tired and sad and kind of angry that no one listened to him, and he's just going inside the keg.
I just think about him for a sec. Maybe I might think about him.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have any indication to make him to make him seem like relevant of any point?
He seems like at some point in his life he probably had a better standing.
Excuse me, sir.
What do you want? You want to make fun of me again? I don't need that shit.
No. It's just that we're here to investigate. You see, basically we're here. We were hired to investigate this town, and we were wondering, is there anything wrong?
Anything wrong? I'll tell you what's wrong. What's wrong is Charles.
Charles. What's wrong with Charles?
He doesn't know how to lead a city. I should be the mayor here. I should take care of it. I mean, have you seen the murders? Like, nothing is happening because that's him. He's at the head of the town and he's doing nothing for it. Who are you, by the way?
Pardon my French. I am Fernando Baba Blue, and this is my associate, Marina. Marina, we are investigators of this quaint town. We heard some strange ongoings. Something supernatural is happening in your town, is it not?
I mean, yeah, probably. I don't know if it's supernatural. If you listen to the Mad Priest, yeah, it's supernatural. All I know is that this town is going to hell, and that's massively because of Charles. He has no leadership. He doesn't do anything. He just listens to his sister and his brother-in-law, and that's it.
Indeed. Well, thank you for.
Were you the mayor before, Charles?
Oh, are you trying to make fun of me?
No, I'm actually. I'm
we're
asking,
not making fun.
We don't know anything about here. I'm just asking. Were you? Did he unseat you with maybe other means? Is that what you're trying to say? Because we don't know. We're not from here.
He just gives a deep sigh. He's like, I was a town councillor at some point, but he just got rid of me.
I'm sorry, the town sorcerer?
Town councillor.
Counselor. He counsels. That's what he does.
It makes way more sense than town sorcerer. Just had to check.
This is a story about a town sorcerer and trolls.
This is why we can't have nice things, because none of us can hear.
My bad hearing is derailing things, I'm sorry.
Okay, so are you done with him, or?
We'll take your we'll jot down the information we got from you. Thank you for your cooperation.
I must say, I'm surprised. Why did you come to our town?
Basically, we're just trying to help.
Charles requested us, actually.
Oh, okay. Oh,
No,
okay.
no,
Well, yeah, I see.
no.
Yeah. Well,
No.
goodbye.
Hey, no,
He
it's not
just
like
he
that.
just goes into the keg. He
We're
doesn't talk
different.
to you anymore.
We're
No, it's fine. He was done with
look,
us
we're
anyway.
a separate party. We're not involved with Charles.
He
Yes,
is not
Charles
listening to
hired
you.
us, but we
He
do
was done
not
with us anyway.
condone him. In fact, we think he's also much as a subject. He is a
He's not here
subject.
anymore.
He-
He's in the
he's a-
keg. He's having his drink.
It's he's
Happy,
he's,
you're
he's
talking to the empty air at this
yeah.
point.
He was done with us anyway.
So
Hope that
you
man
all
finds
told
any
me that
solace
You
if any.
probably don't want me to
what
do much talking. Did I mention that? You probably don't.
Yeah.
Is it obvious yet?
do you have like a descriptor about this that you can check?
Oh, for me, no.
No. Well. Okay, so I guess you're meeting up at the inn, and what do you
I
want to
was
do?
wondering whether after we'd been to see the painter, I could persuade James to come and have a look at some corpses whilst we're, or would that have been roughly about the same time we were both
Yeah, it's
finishing?
about the same time.
Okay, yeah, in which case meet back up at the inn. And then
alright.
let's go see some dead people.
I'm
I'm
gonna
very
say
excited by
we're
this.
around like 3 p.m.
I think
Thank
there's
you
some.
for that.
I think there's something
what time
wrong
is
with the.
sundown?
I
Just
think there's
so I
something
know.
wrong with our with the people
Sun is
who
gonna go
hired
down
us.
around 7 p.m.
We
Seven,
just talked.
Thank you.
We just talked to the sister, and she too didn't know that we were coming. Meaning that Charles was.
Is this
Charles.
after we're all reconvened?
Yeah.
Yes. So you
Okay,
reconvene at the
group
inn,
brainstorming.
like in front of the inn,
Yeah.
and are you going to the graveyard?
Yeah, yeah. James would be all about going to the next step so they can fill us in what happened and we can fill them in
Okay.
on the little that we found out.
Okay.
But yeah, well, I want to also fill in what we found, especially with the priest we passed by. Father, what's his what?
You didn't cross
Joel was the
priest.
guy who went
Yeah.
into the keg.
You crossed
Father,
Joel.
Father Benoit was still preaching on his
Yes.
soapbox.
Ah, so you know him too.
No, I am. Sorry, me, not Cat. Me.
Ah. Wait, is
I
it
need
later
a
in the
hat
day
or
or?
It's later in the day, but it's not yet sunset. Believe me, I'm keeping track of this.
Just making sure. Did you meet? Did you see any? Did you find anything about the symbol? Did you two find anything?
I suspect a dead end in the Order of the Blue Bloods, but quite frankly, it seems something that Henry himself has asked to be added to the paintings, which makes sense why we did not see it on the other belongings. It may just be his way of showing his fealty to whatever group of the more well-off than others than
Marina?
any other particular organization. Though we may
What-
want to ask around some more, but that's my
Marina,
suspicion.
when you hear the name Order of the Blue Blood,
Yeah.
something clicks in your mind. You have heard of this before.
Yes.
They are bad news for you. They are
You tell
they are
me,
a group
dear.
of fanatics that are
Yeah,
known to
I-
hunt down any magic practitioner and anything supernatural, and they do not spare people.
Glad glad for you to have your own fans, huh, Marina?
Yeah, you know, luckily I'm pretty subtle with things, so hopefully that doesn't become an issue here. But yeah, I don't think that any of us really want to expose ourselves as maybe being different in any way.
So we
Difference
should
is often
hide.
considered bad.
We should hide our.
Maybe your true natures.
Yeah.
Now,
We should hide
Marina,
some
I
of
would just ask that maybe this. Sorry, sorry, James, I cut you off. Were you about to say something?
Now, Marina, from what you've mentioned of both sisters, it seems that they may be magic users themselves. If Henry were to find this out, or if we were to prove that, that may help us find some answers.
May also hurt them. I'm not so excited to hurt them. They seem rather innocent of things.
Mm.
Here's where our assumptions may differ based on what we're finding out. But yes, we really ought to find out more from this mass grave.
I wonder. this Order of the Blue Bloods, very much against magic users and things like that. But if, as you say, Adelaide and Anne, Charles potentially are magic users, what if
They're hiding
Henry
it.
was perhaps, or what if Henry was to be hunting through the lands for magic and things to root out, but then met and fell in love with one such practitioner? And it is the other members of the order, potentially, who are doing this in order to try and persuade Henry to give up his bride.
Could be.
What if he
That's
didn't
just a
even know?
random theory, but
Yeah.
it's entirely possible.
It's
Well,
just
and
a
what if-
theory.
They don't know. They may not know. I've not seen any blatant use of magic. What if they don't know?
All valid theories, but I don't know if we have enough to go off of quite yet.
Oh no, we certainly don't. But it's
No.
always good to air these things so we know what the others are. So what we're thinking. You know how it is.
Yeah, so you mentioned this man who was not a fan of Sir Charles. Do you believe that he might have been onto something, or perhaps more ravings of a madman with a
Hmm.
theory?
He seemed to, from what little my other half heard, he seems to be more focused on the fact that he wasn't running the town properly. Not it was his fault that these killings were happening per se, but that these wouldn't happen if the town was run better. You know how it is, local politics and everything like that. Something I try and get as far away from as possible. They're insufferable. Although there are the options sometimes for some fun.
Well, basically, Charles said Charles seemed okay with the idea of the disappearances at first. Don't you think that's rather odd? But not. I meant like before it started happening more often.
Well,
More like it. They live outside in the wild, and he can't control the entire wood type situation. Maybe
Yes,
That's
and they did-
easier
entirely
to explain.
they did say the village has a long history of the occasional person going missing and showing up dead in the woods, and maybe a lack of concern when this started picking up. May have just thought it as a law of averages type of thing was bound to happen more frequently some months than others.
Hmm.
It's going to happen, you're used to it, but then if it happens frequently, that's when you go, this is unusual.
Yes.
Yes, quite so. So, the graveyard, shall we?
Let's. It's been ages since I've seen a corpse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you get to the graveyard, which is just outside of the town, like just outside of the walls.
I just
And,
like how there's like half of us are actually really excited to see some dead bodies.
Yeah, welcome to Broken Tales.
I'm
Yep,
not.
I can
I'm
bring
not
it
as
down.
used to see the work of others as opposed to those of my own.
What can I say? I'm hungry.
Okay,
Okay,
so
now that actually has
Yeah, that took it a little deeper. Yeah.
that has a story behind it. What
Not
can
that
I
as far
say?
as I'm
I'm
aware, I just
hungry
made that up as a
we
throwaway comment.
as we walk towards some bodies.
remind me to tell you an anecdote about the time I ran this with friends next time. So you get to the graveyard, and you can see there's like the normal graveyard with tombstones and stuff, and right next to it there's a hole that reeks of death, and you can see there are guards that are pulling a corpse, throw it in, and right next to that you have like small tombstones.
Those for the children, I would imagine. Excuse me, sirs. We come on an
Oi, who
errand
goes
from.
there?
I'll have
We-
the letter
Who are you?
ready, not unfolded, but I'll have it ready to present.
We come on an errand from Sir Henry.
Oh, got a letter? Nah, I don't mind. I don't know how to read.
Do you recognize his seal?
Yeah, looks legit. What do you want?
We're just
Um,
intrigued in looking at these corpses that you're in the process of burying and seeing whether we can ascertain anything about how they died.
He gives you a weird look because you seem to be enjoying this way too much.
A regrettable mission, but we are the ones sent to carry it out.
Okay.
Yes, it's
well,
terribly tragic.
yeah. I mean, if you want us to like bring some out, if you want to have a closer look.
If you wouldn't
Actually,
mind,
I
I'd
would like to
prefer-
look too. I would actually like to look too. I think I can figure out some more.
Oh no! He's bringing them out for all of us to look at. It's not
Yeah.
just for me.
Okay, so they go and they bring out like 3 corpses, and they point you to a small shape next to the tombstones that is another corpse that hasn't been buried yet.
Okay.
Well, I guess enjoy, do what you want. If you
When
don't mind, we're not gonna stay here because that's really
gross.
disturbing, and that's not what we were here for.
When they go to get the bodies out, I'd like to walk over toward the edge of the mass grave and just kind of lean over and look in to see if there's anything that stands out about, the pattern or the general
Anything?
composition, so to speak, like the
It's
balance of the ones who were killed one way versus the other.
it's a bloody
Anything?
mess.
You
But
find
you
anything,
being
James?
a swordman and you knowing a little about blades and stuff like that, you can see that some have clean cuts and some have very varying shapes of wounds that you do not say at first glance, and you're gonna need to have a look at corpses a bit closer to ascertain anything else. But there
Yeah.
are lots of them. Like and you can see too. They deposited in there the cattle too. Like there are some cows and there are some sheep in there too, that seem to have been killed too.
Do any of the livestock have the bladed wounds?
They can pull out a sheep if you want.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'll walk over, and I think it's Sly who's active right now. I'll just be like, Sly, perhaps the grave pit is more what you'd be interested in investigating. And as I like pull a little handkerchief and go,
Give me the dirty work, why don't you? No, you go and keep your boots clean. No rest for the wicked.
Okay, so who's doing what?
Um,
Apparently, I'm climbing down in a corpse pit. Thanks, James.
I'm just going to. I'm going to. I'm waiting for the bodies because I'm going
Yeah,
to. I'm going to use one of my.
they took out like they took out 3 bodies. They took out a sheep, and there is also a smaller body that is next to the tombs that hasn't been buried yet.
All right, then mind if I use my gift, the key to each door?
Sure. What does it do?
Pretty much in this, I can do like 4 things. One of them is if you put your own key in the mouth of a dead body, you will reveal some of their memories. The narrator will tell you which ones by contextualizing them to what you are looking for.
Okay, so this is something you can do once per scene, meaning that you have to choose which corpse you're gonna use it on because you cannot use it on all of them.
Is there any particular corpse?
Well,
What are the
you
difference?
start having a look at them, and as I told you, there is the child's corpse that is next to the small tombs. This one seems to have been exsanguinated. And then you have 3 corpses of adults that are next to the mass grave. They took them out for you. So there's a young lady that body is like it's a mess. There is scar tissue everywhere. She's missing an arm. You can see some nails have been torn off on the other hand, and you can see the throat has been slit, and that's the only open wound. All the others are closed and scarring. Next to her,
Did you say she was missing nails?
yeah, some of her nails have been torn off.
She seems like she was tortured.
The next corpse is the corpse of a young man, and he has been eviscerated, so he has been gutted, and you can see he has been exsanguinated as well.
I'm guessing. All right, for pretty much before putting any of their keys, I already know Marina said that the young lady has been tortured, but I'm pretty sure that last man must have been like killed on the spot.
there's a third one, and the third one is an old man who has wounds that look like the ones of the woman, meaning that he has a scar tissue all over his body. His throat has been slit, and he's missing like an ear, an eye. And actually, you can see that he is missing a finger too, but it seems like there's like a small stubby thing in its place, like maybe it started regrowing or something.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Any suggestions, everybody? I'll look at my team.
I'd like to hear from these tortured victims, or the ones that appear to have been tortured.
Hmm. James?
Marina, your logic, as always, is on point.
Cat, Fox, anything to add?
Muted.
You're muted.
Ahem. Do I notice whether any of the corpses down here in the pit are sharing the same type of wounds? Like you said, there were bites and gouges and slashes on some of them.
Yes.
Are there
So
are all the bites roughly the same size on the animals and the human corpses?
actually, there's no bite. You have a closer look, and you have a lot of corpses, and you can see that all those wounds have been made by blades. But there definitely seems to be two kinds of corpses: the ones that are mangled and scarred, and that are very disturbingly. They seem to be like kind of regrowing, but they all have their throats slit. And there's the other kind that is people who have been either just exsanguinated or exsanguinated and eviscerated.
Hmm.
Marina, my dear, I wondered.
I'll add to one last thing. All the beasts, all the animals have been exsanguinated and eviscerated.
Okay, Marina, my dear, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do you know of anything in your travels and your interests, let's say, where blood is required for healing?
For healing?
Yes, because if you look, these corpses here, they're scarred and mangled, yes, but it does look as if they were healing and perhaps more rapidly than one would anticipate from such a wound. That gentleman there that I believe Barbaloo is right in front of, I believe he appears to be missing. Was it a finger? Did you say, or a toe?
Yeah,
And he's growing back.
the old man has like his pinky is
Yeah,
missing, but you can see there's something like smaller that appears to have been regrowing.
and I wonder perhaps whether this is something is being used. Perhaps there's two types of corpses here. One is an ingredient, and one is a subject.
Hmm.
The subjects are the ones that have had just their throats slit. They appear to have been experimented upon to see how they can heal and how well they can heal. The others may just simply have been used for, dare I say, parts. Potentially. It's all a theory, you know how it is.
Yeah.
Are any of the ones that seem to have been used for parts missing the pieces that seem to have regrown on others? Like the one that's missing a finger. Is one of them missing a finger that matches?
No, really, the ones that are using, as you say, for parts, they just have been exsanguinated and sometimes eviscerated, but they're not missing
Perhaps,
anything.
perhaps parts is the wrong term. Maybe ingredients.
Ingredients. I can't think of anything right off the top of my head.
I would
But
say, Marina, you know that some magic users use blood for their powers.
okay, yes,
Like
yes.
blood magic,
Blood
blood
can
magic
be
is a
used
thing.
as an ingredient. Potent, make it more potent, maybe? I still think these ones look like they were tortured. Not necessarily for experiments, but maybe for information. If you were, say, looking for a magic user and needed someone else to tell you who the magic user was.
Hmm.
It could be. I mean, would you be able to tell who the magic user is if or be able to find something recognizable about them? A trail to follow, perhaps. An ethereal thing. I don't know how you work.
Did you
All I know is the things you do, my dear, are beyond my comprehension.
did you share the information that the animal marks were actually bladed wounds?
Did I put a
Yes.
key in one of their mouths? No, I did not, right?
No, you did
Not
not. You
yet.
didn't choose the corpse you wanted to use.
No. I'm guessing we don't really need. Do you think we need to? Yeah,
I
we already
mean,
just
it
like.
wouldn't hurt.
I would use it.
Hmm.
I mean, because as I say, everything I've just said could be a complete load of twaddle, and we've no idea. I've made it all up
And
on the
mine
spot.
too. Mine
Yeah.
could be a bad theory as well.
We're
Knowing the
working off
last bits of
theory as
the,
of this point, Babalu.
Yeah, we're talking about theory. All right.
knowing the last few
Anyways,
minutes of their
I'll.
days might help.
I guess I'll try. I'll put it in. I think I'll try to put it in the. The. The man still regrowing his fingers.
Okay.
Maybe. No. Wait. Sorry, it's decisions. That's. You know what? Yeah.
I could see him
regrowing.
like holding it, just be like, no.
I know. It's just. Yeah.
Running back and forth with a key in his
Make a
mouth.
choice.
All right. I guess the one who's growing a finger out. All right.
Okay.
That's a good one. So I'm
So
putting that in my mouth. In that mouth.
you put the key in the mouth and you turn, and all of you can hear like a as he turns it. And
Is it a fleshy sound, or is it
yeah.
a...
Ugh.
There's a flash, and Barbara Blue's eyes turn blue, and Barbara Blue, you get a vision.
All right.
It's dark around you. You are chained to a wall. You're in pain, like in a terrible, terrible pain, and you can hear other people sobbing and lamenting next to you. And you try to move, and you see that you have been attached. Both your hands are attached on the wall, and both your feet are attached on the wall, and you're suspended. And
Is it like shackles or is it like pretty much like punctured in?
no, it's shackles.
Ah.
And you are in pain, and he's thinking, I've been here so long, I don't know anything. What does he want from me? Curse that thing. And your vision shifts to the roof of the room you're in, and you can see a symbol pulsating red on the roof with trickles of blood reaching everybody that is attached to the wall, and it pulses the same. And you can see a woman in front of you that has like a deep gash on her cheek that is starting to close as she's sobbing and crying. And you hear a key turn in a lock, and you turn your head to the right, and you see the door open, and the light comes in, and there is a shape, and the vision ends.
I I think I know who it is. But it's I might be going for the lesser two evils, but I'm pretty sure I know who's been causing this stuff.
Are you thinking Henry? I'm thinking Henry.
Well, I never
You said you
I
saw
never
a
said
deadly-
I never said what I saw, right?
I was about to
I
ask,
saw-
had you or not?
Yeah.
Oh
It's
no,
up to you
I
to share or
didn't.
not.
I just heard he say that he thought he knew who it was. So
Yeah,
I
and
thought
she's
he
just
said
like,
that out loud.
she's like, oh, was it this guy? Tell me it was him. Tell me it was
Yeah,
him.
I'm thinking.
I knew
Henry.
it was him all along.
But I
Yeah.
don't know if it's come across. I've been on Henry all this time. That's in my
Alright.
mind. That's
Oh,
what
it's come across.
Yeah.
Damn witch
my-
hunters.
My mind was I was actually thinking Charles and Adeline pretty much. And I still suspect them, even though that's been proven that Henry is. I still suspect them. I suspected both, honestly.
Yeah, whenever we have the opportunity to openly share theories, I suspect the two sisters.
Yeah. Anyways,
What
all I saw was a
the
symbol and a
you
key
know-
turning and unlocking.
What do you know what the symbol was? I know you're not sharing with us at the moment, but for your benefit, do you know what the symbol was?
Did I get a good glimpse of the symbol?
Yes, you could see the symbol because it was the only source of light. It was like pulsating red,
Yeah.
and it's nothing you recognize. Um, you could try to draw it if you want.
Yeah, I guess I'll draw it.
And Marina, you have a look at it, and blood magic is not your specialty, but this is definitely something that is related to blood magic. And from what did you describe the rest of the vision, Barbara Blue?
Yeah, pretty much.
From
I
what he
was what
from
I
what
was
he
strange.
described,
Yeah.
you assess that that symbol is probably the thing that keeps them alive and regenerates them over time.
Hmm.
I would share that with the group then.
Hmm.
Interesting. So maybe we need to be looking for where we see this symbol elsewhere.
This sort of thing would not quite point to Lord Charles, nor Lord Henry.
Really?
I would totally guess Lord Henry and his blue bloods.
But if the Blue Bloods are so fiercely against magic, would they employ it themselves?
Well, I
Actually,
mean,
Hypocrites?
Marina, you know
Hypocrites?
that the Order of the Blue Blood is known to gather the knowledge they hunt and use it against the people they hunt.
yeah,
Oh,
it
so
does
kind
make
of like the
sense.
Order.
Yeah.
You didn't even have to tell me
Yeah,
that.
fight fire with
True
fire.
hypocrites totally do that.
Yeah, fight fire
I
with
hope you
fire.
like my
Yeah.
scenario.
Hmm.
So
God damn it, Ace!
If you want to kill a witch, you gotta
you need
You
magic
gotta
to kill a
be-
witch.
yeah. Hmm. I guess we should visit Henry, right?
Is there any other
Um,
thing that we could have done to get more information?
I would
There's one last
potentially.
thing I'll give to Sly now because some time has passed since he's in the corpse pit. There's some of that weird sludge in there. Like the bodies that have been exsanguinated seem to have some of that weird sludge, but the ones that seem to have been
Oh,
tortured are not.
Hmm. So it is two parties. So basically,
not
Adeline is
necessarily.
killing one. So Adeline must be related to the one killing them, killing of the one killing party, and pretty much Henry is killing the other.
Well, you know,
Why?
it
I don't
could
get
be.
that.
No, it could be. What if her family line has just always been the reason that people disappear from the town, right? Periodically,
And
they
and
disappear.
Henry has been pretty much
Hunting,
drastically increasing that number.
hunting whatever it is that's
Yeah,
killing the people in this town.
drastically increasing that number of
Yeah,
people disappearing. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
and they don't know it's the other.
Hmm.
James has grown a little bit weary of some of the theorizing. He's walked over to the guards doing their thing, I don't know, moving bodies around or whatever. He goes, "Gentlemen, do tell me of your theories. Where do your allegiances lie? Where do you believe these bodies are coming from?"
You can see they're sitting like they have a small table and two chairs, and they're playing cards while
I
you're
would have
doing
sat
this.
down right away with them, just like, find something to sit on, pull it up, and ask that as I'm sitting down, and try and kick
Yeah,
back with
they
them.
they offer you a drink. They seem like amenable, and they go, well, it's. I don't really have a theory about this. Theory is more of Lord Institutor's domain. We just execute. And right now, the only thing I don't want to go do is go to the forest because that seems to be the worst.
That's quite fair. There's a lot of talk in the town about what this person or that person believes, or people proselytizing in the streets about what may be happening. Figured that esteemed gentlemen such as yourselves, so close to the issue at hand, might have some sort of theory.
You can see the second one just interrupts you. He's clearly buzzed. He's clearly drunk, and he's like, I got a theory. How about gnolls, man? What about them? Huh?
What do you say,
Them gnolls.
Knowles?
Yeah. Why not? I mean, why not? Smart, right? I'm smart. And he just passes out.
He just passes out. Look to his friend. In Knowles, creatures of the forest, correct? I'm not
Yeah,
too
he looks to the sky and is like, don't listen to him. That's just I don't know what he has with Knowles, but clearly that's not Knowles. I mean,
So what do
okay,
you think it is?
there's I've grown in this town. I've lived my whole life here, and there's one thing that I've always heard about is the reason why our town is doing so great is that we don't investigate those things. People disappearing have happened for years and decades, centuries even. And my grandma always told me, well, one disappears so that 100 can live. So I'm not even sure we should dig in that.
It's a series of
Yeah,
accidents, you suppose.
Hmm.
Feeding the beast to keep it at bay is a sacrifice.
I mean, I've been before I was a guard. My dad was a merchant. I was coming with him, and he went to the towns nearby, and they were not doing as good as us as we are. So my grandma told me that was the deal we had. We just let one or two people disappear a year, maybe once time a baby, and in return we have a quiet little village. But it is all going to shit, man. I don't know how many people are going to die because of this right now. I'm not even sure it's the same.
Right, yes, and before it was never quite that gruesome, is that correct?
Sorry?
In the past, what would be found later on was never found to be quite so dastardly handled. Everything was a
I
little
mean,
less difficult to look at.
usually we just found the corpse when it was eaten by the wolves or something. We never found them that fresh.
Yeah, and does the wildlife
Hmm.
seem to be getting to these corpses before you find them these days, or has that also disappeared?
Um, it depends. Some of them we have found wolves going around, but I mean, we're patrolling the woods every day now, so
Ah, so you're keeping the wildlife at bay more than you are the other evils that are afoot.
hey, I'm doing my job, man. It's hard.
Oh no, no one's blaming you. You're the ones who are doing the most that you can, I believe.
My good sir, could I ask you a question? Has there been a
Yeah.
decrease in the amount of wildlife?
I'm talking.
I mean, people are not going hunting anymore, but we don't hear that much birds. Maybe I don't know.
Interesting. Interesting. Thank you. Intriguing.
I shall climb out of the corpse pit,
Mm-hmm.
brushing myself off and kind of smearing the sticky stuff on the clothes I have. I'm sorry that took slightly longer than anticipated.
Yeah.
Marina, you remember the substance we found earlier
Oh yes,
on
the
the
viscous,
shoes?
sticky viscous.
Yeah,
Yes.
the sticky thing. It's in. Did you say in or on nose?
It's on.
It's on some of the corpses. Those that appear to have been exsanguinated.
What am I doing at the moment? Am I just like in the back of everybody?
I don't know. You tell me.
Hmm.
I'll say you're having you had your vision, and now you do what you want.
For the ones that were eviscerated, I know you said that blades were it were blade marks doing it, but were they finding the eviscerated organs near the body, or were those gone entirely?
It depends. Some of them still have the whole guts. Some of them have been used.
Uh huh. Mm-hmm.
I'll say we're nearing like 6 p.m., so the sun is going to come down very soon.
Thank you for the warning. Mysterious voice in the sky.
Yeah. What do you
Yes,
want to
thank
do?
you. Who keeps talking? I actually I must know who's talking. I pretty much yeah. My I need to find out this true secret. Who is talking to me?
Meta Barba Blue.
What? Hold on.
So what do you guys
So-
want to do?
So we seem to have, as John, we seem to have a link here with some potential sacrifices for keeping the town safe. And Nays, I'm imagining you've liberally thrown in a few red herrings in this, so I'm just going to go with what we've got. We've got 3 people who appear to be have some kind of glamour type thing on their faces, specifically their faces.
No, it's not the face. It's all around them.
It's all around.
Oh, all
them.
around them.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, my bad. So we've got 3 people who appear to be glamoured in some way. We've got a member of an order who's fiercely against magic but is not above using magic for their own ends to achieve this. We've got corpses that appear to have been healed. So their throats have been, maybe their throats were slit as the final way to kill them. Finish them off perhaps. We've got corpses that appear to have been drained of blood and, in some cases, disemboweled and eviscerated. Have I missed anything that we've kind of gathered here?
I think in Barba Blue's vision, the man said something about not having the information they want. Is that correct?
He wanted. He specifically said the information he wanted.
Okay, but there's something about getting information. I think
Yes.
that's the part that's throwing me off, because everything else just sounds like they're like keeping these people alive for as long as possible, get as much blood out of them or something, and then they're trying to hide their tracks by making some of it look like animal attacks.
Total
'Cause
torture. Torture
Obviously,
for
Baba
himself.
Blue's not here at the moment, but from his vision,
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, have you shared your vision with us or not? Because my question would be: the blood from the symbol, was it going from the symbol into the people to heal them, or was the blood coming out of them and going into the symbol?
It was going to the tortured people to keep them alive, I think.
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the blood was trickling down from the symbol towards the people.
And then there was someone in the middle getting healed.
No,
But it
there
was
wasn't
it
one
someone
there was no
around
one in
the
the
edge?
middle. It was
Yeah.
someone on the opposite wall.
Oh,
The
okay.
woman with the gash in her cheek, right?
Yeah, that was slowly being healed by the blood.
Right. So that was another like torture victim, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then someone came in and the vision cut. But these injured people that were being healed were being detained and restrained, potentially, probably against their will.
Yeah.
But none of
Probably,
these.
yeah.
Can I just
Marina
double
just
check,
looks at you and
Nays?
goes, I mean, it's a very particular set of circumstances that you wouldn't mind being chained to the wall. Does not appear to be that situation here. Just saying.
No.
Yeah.
Shame. Nays,
Yes.
I have a question for you. The corpses with the sticky substance on, were any of them those that had the scarring and the regeneration going on? Or was it
No.
all the ones that didn't? Okay.
So if we do suspect that it's 2 different entities that are like killing, it's to Steve, it seems like it's either the Order of the Blue Bloods versus those that are glamored. That's kind of where one of my theories is, and the other theory would be that it's, for whatever reason, the 2 sisters are kind of the 2 main parties. I know that's not in line with some of the other theories that you guys have, but that's kind of what it seems like to me for now.
I mean, yeah.
I don't have a lot of the why figured out, don't get me wrong.
No. I wonder whether we need to let time advance a little and see what happens in the night.
Yeah.
As I think Naze is slowly trying to push us that way gently. We may start shoving at this rate.
I mean, I'm happy with whatever you do. I'm having real fun here.
Yeah. Same here.
You're watching us just run around going, what's going on? And you're like, I know.
I would recommend that we go back and see the Adelaide.
Adelaide.
Yeah, and I would maybe like to pull an item from my clutch, my giant traveling clutch.
Is it in the shape of a seashell?
It is Sadly, it is not. I've already bargained that one away. Sadly, no. This one is a
Pickle.
looks like a small perfume bottle almost.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
intriguing.
are you going back to Henry of Institutor's mansion?
I think so. And I'm going to guess that night falls somewhere along the way.
Exactly. Wow, you're
I
good.
knew it.
Have we lost one of our
So,
party members for a bit?
so what's going to happen is, as it's getting darker and darker, you can see the sun just glimmering above the treetops. Sly will, Bisheri will look up and kind of sigh heavily and goes, "I'll see you tomorrow," and then darts behind a large tree. And Machiavelli, the fox, runs with him. And they kind of disappear behind a tree, and there are some weird, fleshy kind of popping and rending and tearing and squelching noises that just the kind of thing that you just the imagination just fills in the gaps for what's going on. And kind of stepping out from behind that, shaking himself off a little, is someone rather different and a black cat with a white stomach. Oh, it's about time that happened. Gets very confusing as a fox sometimes.
What an
Well, then,
intriguing
Fox.
process this was.
Seems
So,
an odd
shall we?
process.
What are we doing, Henry's?
I mean,
Well-
we'd be familiar with you and your whole switcheroo act, so yeah, just
Yeah,
without,
you
without
guys
missing,
have seen this before.
yeah, without
This
missing
is
a
not-
beat. And onward we go.
This is
always
not
wanted
the
to know
first
what-
24 hours you spent with me.
I always wanted to know how that works. Do you have like two pairs of clothing that you can switch into, or do you have just
we
the
have
one?
two different. Interestingly, we have two different sets of equipment. So I'm assuming that everything that Cunning has on him kind of becomes part of the fox, and everything Sly has on him becomes part of the cat.
Yeah, don't
So,
shape
like-
it.
So it's a full shapeshift. So it's everything that he has on him. So it's not like Sly. It's not like Sly has Cunning has stepped out completely starkers from behind the tree.
Yeah.
He is modestly clothed.
So
Marina, your virtue is intact.
is it like the same clothing? No,
That's so funny, my virtue.
it's not the same clothing, right?
Oh.
No, different set of clothing.
Oh. Oh.
Cunning is slightly bigger built, kind of slicked back hair, a little kind of it's more stubbly and perhaps a little gruffer in aspect, but not too much.
Well, as much as I wanted to stay and chat about that, I really think we need some.
Shall we
We need
then?
to ask. Yeah, shall we?
Come on, Barber Blue, don't keep us waiting.
Let's go to Henry and ask about Henry and
Okay,
further questioning.
so you arrive to the mansion. The
Just so
guards.
you guys know, I'll need 1 second with the lovely wife, just where he's not paying as much attention.
I think I can arrange that.
Thank you.
The guards welcome you, and they go knock on the door. And Henry unlocks the door, and lets you in. He leads you through the hall, up the stairs, and to the lounge. Yeah, he sits there with you, and what is Sly doing then? The cat.
Sly is going to stay outside.
Okay.
And is going to what Sly's going to do is Sly is going to keep an eye for should the Lady Adelaide leave the house unnoticed by
Okay.
anyone else.
I think I mentioned it, but maybe you don't remember. There are stables next to the house.
Okay. So we shall have Sly secreting themselves in a bundle of hay that's not being eaten by a horse. And just keeping a watch from the stables of the house and of the stables themselves.
Okay, sure. So you are seated. I think something is wrong with your sound, Happy.
Me?
Yeah.
There's a
Uh,
gentle breeze fluttering into your mic.
yeah,
Oh, right. Sorry. I switched rooms.
that's okay. So you're seated on the sofa in this incredible room with the paintings, and he sits opposite of you, and he just looks at you and says, "So, have you found anything? Can we made any progress?"
Nothing concrete, my good sir. I did visit that artist that you mentioned in the
Ah,
course of
yes,
investigation, of
Lucian.
course. Yes, Lucian. Seems like he is a fine man, very dedicated to his craft.
Yes,
Well,
talented.
one thing he mentioned, uh, the Order of the Blue Bloods. Is that something you ascribe to?
The second you say that, he puts his hand on the hilt of the sword.
Hmm.
Now,
Um,
Lord Henry, no need for that.
he
We're just trying to figure out
is
everything.
turning very dark, and he looks at you and says, "What do you know of the order?"
Only what the
Well,
artist told me, that you've had the symbol put on your paintings, and that's all that I know.
Can I use one of my gifts here?
Yeah. What is it?
Believe in miracles. Truth is truth until proven otherwise. Once per scene, you can tell something that everyone will take as true until proven otherwise. My Lord Henry, I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Machiavelli. I am a companion of these folks. I happen to be a member of the Order of the Blue Blood myself.
Oh, oh, why didn't you say so before? Welcome,
I
welcome.
arrived late, I'm afraid, so I didn't have time to introduce myself properly. But yes, I'm a member of the Order of the Blue Bloods, and we are here looking into this ourselves.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here, but I must say, I already told the order I had the situation under control, and I'm making progress. You shouldn't worry about this.
The
Got the
Order has
situation.
sent me for an update, Sir Henry. You know how it is.
I mean, it's the first time they send anyone, so I'm a bit surprised, but I guess um, the update is that I almost found them, and I will have them very, very soon under my control, and I'll
You
be able
found
to.
them.
Yeah,
How?
and I didn't
That's
find them yet
impressive.
exactly. I have leads and I have people to interrogate, but I'll find them.
You've been
I'm getting close.
interrogating people, Sir Henry. Who have you been interrogating?
Well, you know how it works.
I know very well how it works. However,
I
it's
just
also
want you to explain it
interesting.
for me so I know.
I know that you know. No, I know very well how it works, Sir Henry. However, it is sometimes interesting to hear the thought processes of those doing the investigations.
Look, I already told the order that these mistakes happen, okay? I'm keeping alive the ones that have information, and the ones I mistook for the source of information I have to get rid of. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Mistakes, Sir Henry, that draw attention to the order are not welcome.
I know, but I assure you, I'm almost done. It's a matter of hours now. I think the next session will be the right one.
Well, do you mind if I
Maybe
sit in on this session?
I was about to offer. Maybe you want to come.
Can my companions join me?
I mean, it's they don't seem to be of the order. They didn't recognize anything of the order before, and your friend James just said he didn't know anything about it, which is surprising because you are with him.
I
But
don't like
Actually,
to make a fuss of it. You know how it is.
I know the
yes,
order.
you know the order is secret, so you know that only you can assist.
Then I shall come with you, indeed.
I can wait here, it's not of any concern.
Wait. I I really want to commune with Marina to not go, just in case if there's. But I don't want to just try to.
Oh no,
put
I only whispered that to the party. I did not say it out loud. I was actually just whispering. I was like, oh, I know of their party. I know of them.
Oh.
No,
Oh,
I didn't. I
thank.
didn't shout that out.
I thought. eh, Really,
It-
Yeah.
So as players, not as
Mhm.
characters, what are we thinking? Should we go with or not? Because
You can't.
that's
We can't.
I could attempt to
only-
lie my way in.
Not really. No, you can't, because
One
pretty
last
much you
thing. One
just
last thing
said
that
that
Henry
you
will
just
say is
found out
this.
about it.
As you know, this is a secret affair, and my wife is not aware of it. So you will have to wait until nightfall to join me.
Night has fallen, Sir Henry. That's why I'm here.
Yes, well, we still have to have supper, and then we can go.
Oh, we shall have to dine first. I see. Would you be able to put us up at your table and indulge us in a fine repast as a
Sure, of
fellow
course.
member of the order?
Sure, I can have you here. That's fine. Adelaide thinks you're working for Charles, so she wouldn't understand why you're here.
Indeed. To dinner then, my dears?
Yes, I'm quite excited to see what sort of fare we will be served by the fine gentleman.
Sly, I'm gonna say that Cunning, the cat, sees
No,
Adelaide
cunning
coming.
is cunning is
Oh,
cunning
sorry,
is me active. Sly is the
sorry.
cat.
So Sly sees Adelaide coming out of the forest with a purple cloak that looks very much like the one you saw in her room before. She got new shoes because you stole one. And
I didn't. Cunning did.
yeah, she's just coming out of the woods and she's going back into the house.
Okay, can I see which way she came from and try and follow her tracks?
Sure.
Stealthy cat-like.
Okay, so Sly is doing that. Good.
Yes.
You guys see Adelaide coming in and she greets you. She doesn't have the cloak anymore. She put it away. She greets you and Henry tells her that she has to make dinner for 4 more people. She gracefully accepts it. She goes to the kitchen, asks for the key to the kitchen, goes to the kitchen, and comes back with a pretty good meal for all of you. So you're seated at the dining table, which is in a dining hall that you haven't been before. It's a very big room with huge windows. There are candle lights everywhere. There are many books all around still. A few portraits of Henry as well. And you have dinner. Adelaide starts eating and goes, "So, if I may inquire, is there any progress in the investigation?"
Little by little, we finally ruled out that there were two parties involved.
You can see that both Henry and Adelaide rise an eyebrow. They're like, "Oh, really?" But they both are feigning it. Like James, you can see that this is like polite. Yeah. And
Oh no!
what
What a
what led you to that?
surprise!
Who would have thought?
What led you to that
Alright.
conclusion?
Well, basically, the bodies seem different. One definitely pushes a theory of they were tortured, while the other seems they were killed on the spot,
Oh,
and made look like it was some wild slashing.
okay. And any idea who did this? Are you telling me that there are 2 psychopaths in our town right now?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but yes.
Oh God, that's terrible. And any lead on who it might be?
A little bit of lead, but I don't want to rule it out.
Well, if I can help you in any way, or I'm sure if Henry can help you too. Oh yes, well, don't worry, we're gonna have a late study after dinner with Mr. Cunning right here, Machiavelli Cunning.
Machiavelli.
We
How do
definitely
you
don't
do,
want
my
to tip
dear?
our
I don't believe we've
hands.
met. So, wrong accent.
Nah.
Machiavelli, my dear. I don't believe we've met.
Oh yeah, where did Boccelli go?
Sherry, unfortunately, wasn't feeling well. He had to go lie down and have a cat nap.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm delighted to meet you. I'm sure you're just as good as the others. So it's a pleasure to have you under a roof. And
Even better, really.
you can see in her eyes she's doing some math. Like this doesn't add up. Yes, Marina.
Oh, I just said it's even better. You know, all of us have our own talents and our own histories to bring to things, and Machiavelli just brought something very unique to the table to help us with our investigation.
Oh yeah, well, I'm glad it is that way. I mean, we need some progress. I heard today again a young couple told me that they didn't find their baby when they came back, so I'm afraid the
When they
baby's
came
gonna
back,
die again.
did they leave their baby with someone? That's very unfortunate. That's why I don't have
Yeah,
children. You see, they're such a
Seems
hassle to deal with.
yeah.
seems like seems
So,
like
is
there's
there
a
anything else
connection.
you want to do during dinner?
Um,
I
I'm just
will.
hamming it up as much as possible, getting on their good side with all of my charm.
I think Machiavelli will be trying to also help distract Henry sufficiently so that should Marina wish to,
Well,
she can
Marina
have
has a
a.
built-in opportunity now. If you and Henry are going to be going off to do your
That's a very good point. Yes, I shall shut up. Sorry.
no. I was just thinking. You know, that just seemed like a perfect opportunity. We don't have to worry about distracting him. He'll be distracted elsewhere, away,
Um,
gone.
Actually,
With
I'll
me
say one more
alone.
thing. When Henry mentions that he's going to do some light study with you, she answers, "Oh well, I have to go help my sister too, so I won't be here anyway. I won't bother you."
Oh, well, maybe we could
In
walk
which
back
case,
with
then,
you to town,
Operation Distraction will spring into effect.
Mm-hmm.
right? Well, you're going back to town, right, to your sister. We could walk with
Yeah.
you. Maybe we
Yeah,
don't want
if
to
you
get
want.
lost. It's dark, you know.
Yeah, sure. I can lead you to your room. It's my pleasure.
Perfect.
Whilst
Can
we
see
are
you can
having
see
dinner,
she's keeping eye contact with you the whole time, Marina, and like there is a look of recognition that yeah.
Yes, I maintain very strong eye contact as well, with a slight head tilt.
Okay.
As the dinner winds down, I'm gonna make it a point to, like, if Barbara Blue interacts with Lord Henry and has his attention for a moment, I'm just gonna kind of lean over toward Sly right now, toward
cunning.
Cunning. Just, I'll do my best to not let curiosity alert me if something is awry.
stop. Okay, I just gotta say to stop name dropping the puns, please.
I mean, in character, it would probably be the best way to get that across, just in case.
To say what he's basically saying is, get your cat to come get me if there's a problem.
Yeah.
What's next? Are you gonna wink too?
But I mean, as much as I can hope that our host would be super distracted, I don't want to make the assumption. I just
Yeah, that
want,
makes sense. I
yeah,
know. I understand.
yeah.
I'm just doing this in character.
Oh, okay. That's probably fair.
Whilst we are having dinner, I would also be just reaching out to my sly friend and seeing what he can find about where Adelaide was coming from.
Yes. So Sly went into the woods and he made like he followed the tracks for a while for like maybe 10-20 meters, and then the ground seems to get sludgy and sticky, and he doesn't see any track anymore, and all of a sudden he doesn't know where he is anymore, and the only thing that allows him to come back is that he has this connection with you, but he was completely lost.
Interesting. So he got lost in the woods.
Yeah.
And then,
Sludgy, sticky ground.
oh God. Okay. Thank you. I will bring him back once he got lost and couldn't find his way, and I would like him to come back to the stables just to potentially be a warning system if necessary.
Yeah, okay. He gets to the stable and there is like a young man tending to the horses who comes and pet him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there we
Whines
go.
in between his legs because he's an attention whore.
Okay. So when dinner is done, Henry drives you all back to the front with Adelaide, who is going to accompany you, and invites Slide to stay.
Cunning. It gets
Cunning.
confusing. I need.
Oh God. Yeah, Cunning to stay.
Okay.
He closes the door, and
Are we
you're
being
alone with
kept
him.
in the mansion, or are we being like driven from the manor? Sorry, the manor.
Yeah,
Right.
you're leaving the mansion.
Oh
He
shucks. Okay.
he's not letting anyone alone in his mansion,
All right.
unless you want to try something.
I don't know if I would be able to convince that. I'd ask. I mean, we would prefer. Would this be an all-night affair, or would we be well within our grounds to ask to perhaps be confined to your study?
I mean,
Takes as long as it takes, my friend.
yes. And you can
Yes, it's
see
just with all those books.
there's like a wild smile on Henry when he says that.
He says yes.
When Cunning is saying like it's gonna take as long as it takes. He's
Ah.
like can't read it though.
Ah! You speak bigger!
So do you want to try to do something to stay inside, or are you letting him?
I mean, all I can really try and do is use my words to convince him. Just
Mhm.
you have so many fine tunes of your adventures and all that, and I don't know what else we'd be doing with the time to be productive. At least this way we can try to tune ourselves better to your adventures and your exploits.
I mean, I'm sure Mr. Cunning Machiavelli told you this is a very secretive ordeal. There is no. I cannot let you witness anything of this.
Oh no, perhaps just in your study, unless that is where you will be doing your work. Knowing full well it isn't.
Yeah, he is not letting you stay without. No.
Look over at Barbara Blue and Marina. Any ideas?
We know. I was just wondering. So obviously, we would at least like one gentleman to walk with us to town, but it would be nice to have someone here to watch the house, the study, in case something happens. Timing-wise, it seems like something should be happening right about now. It's been a couple of days. It seems like every couple of days at least, another body comes up.
Yeah, you
Perhaps
don't
I
need to
could be
tell
trusted
me.
to be locked into your study. That way I cannot carouse about the manor. Not that I would.
Yeah.
The thing is, the only people who are going to be inside the dimension are going to be me and Mr. Machiavelli, and we'll be in the safest place possible.
Right, but someone needs to be there in case someone comes to find you. You see.
Well, don't you have like means to communicate with your friend?
Oh, not us. No. If something happened in town, I'm sure you'd be alerted since you're the captain of the guard, essentially. You're their leader. They would need to let you know something has happened. If you're not here
My
to answer the call and she's not here because she's in town, who would know? There'd be nobody here.
my men have clear instructions as what to do when I'm not available, and they know better than to disturb me when I'm working.
Right, but you have additional investigators here. It is best if we know immediately that something's happened so we can go to the scene.
He's very reluctant to let anyone inside his house. You've seen him like unlock doors and close them and lock them
Yeah.
behind him. I'll say make a position check. You've made some good arguments, so I'll say the opposition level for this will be. Let me see. It's going to be 5. Do you have a descriptor? That is. Oh, this is the first check actually. Wow. So
We've gone this long.
yeah, how this works is that
2 hours?
you have to have enough success for the thing to happen. So the opposition level tells you how many successes you need to have at least. So if you have 5 successes in this instance, you will have succeeded in what you tried, but you will have a drawback for it. If you have 5 plus 1, you just succeed what you intended to do, and if you aim for 5 plus 2, which is 7, you will succeed and have an increment, which we can discuss what it is. So what kind of success are you aiming for?
And I apologize. I've only had to do this once before. How do we do this? How do I choose?
You choose the success you want. So you can choose 5, 6, or 7. And then we see how you get there. Because you get base successes based on if you have a relevant descriptor or not. So if you don't have a relevant descriptor to convince him, you have only 1 base success. If you do have a relevant descriptor, you have 3 base successes. And then for any other success you need to add to that, you can either pay 1 soma or roll a die. And when you roll dice, if you roll a 1 on any die, your check fails.
Yeah, my thing isn't relevant here.
I mean, mine is good for convincing people to do things, but I usually am making a bargain with them in some way. With something that I have.
I could offer him to hold on to a couple of my rings as collateral. They're quite valuable. I don't know if he would go for that since he's already a man of wealth.
I'll say, Marina, this is clearly a bargain. So if you want to use your dark ego, you can.
Okay, yeah. Then yes. And so I just have to choose if it's 5, 6, or 7?
Yes. Yeah, you have to choose if you want success with a cost, standard success, or success with an increment.
I will, and the cost is just something that would come back later, right? It's something that could draw back almost. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. There was some kind of noise.
I apologize. So it's, it would be like a condition, right? Like a drawback later on.
Your dark ego. Your dark ego works that way. You have treasure tokens.
Yeah.
And you can use a treasure token to take out any kind of object you want from your bag.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm imagining that you are bargaining with Henry, and at some point you're going to take something out that is going to help you in this negotiation.
Yeah.
And with that, you will have 3 base success because you're using your treasures, which
Okay.
is your 3rd descriptor, and then 1 additional success probably by using your token.
Okay, then I'll do 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, so you have 4. First thing, you need to take out the item, the treasure. What is it?
Yes. So I'm going to take out a it's a pen, it looks like a regular pen, and tell him that this pen is for binding agreements, right? So our friend promises not to leave this room, and he will be here just as a backup in case he's needed for anything. Things do come up. Sometimes having a little bit of backup is very helpful. And in case something does happen tonight in town, he will be one of the first people to know, and he can alert us in the way that we alert each other.
Okay, that works. None of this is a lie, right?
No.
Okay. So make your check. You have 4 successes right now, and you aim for 6. So are you gonna use Soma or are you gonna throw dice?
Can I use 1 soma and roll a die?
Sure, you can.
Yes.
Usually, if I were like Tommaso, the game creator, I would tell you that using Soma and throwing dice is always risky because you risk to waste your Soma if you have a 1 on your die.
Yeah. I'm hopefully setting us up for good things. I don't want to set us up for too many bad things. So I will take the risk that I wasted.
Okay, so roll a die.
And what die? What D do you need? Like a D6, D8?
It's a D6. If you go on the Discord Broken Tales session game,
Yep, I'm there.
yeah, you can do the same as John Kuhn did. So it's only 1. You need to see it's 1D.
Oh, just 1D. Got it. Sorry.
Thank God for that.
Horrible. I was looking at that. I was like, that's just so bad.
Fail.
Okay.
Fail.
1D.
Fail.
Yay!
Okay, so Remind me what you gave him. It's a
I
pen,
gave
right?
him a pen. Yes.
And what does it do?
It is to agree that um, my friend won't leave the room.
I just like to point out the phrase that you used before was my friend promised that he would not leave the room.
Yes.
I feel like that wording
Yeah,
might
but
be more beneficial for us.
what is the interesting thing about that object that you're giving him?
Oh, the pen. It's very intricate, and it looks like it has some crests on it, like family crests. Like it might be from some other family that he might know.
Okay,
Knowing
yeah.
about the blue bloods.
He
Blue bloods. Yeah.
he takes it in his hand. And is like, my God, this is amazing. This belongs to Saint George. How did you get by it? That's wow. Okay.
I mean, I have my ways. I like to bargain. I'm a little bit of a hoarder. I hoard all the things that look beautiful, and this looks ever so beautiful.
Well, okay. I agree for one of your friends to stay here, but they have to stay in the study, and it will be locked.
Hmm.
Your hospitality is beyond reproach, my friend. As my camera falls off the screen, I will have so much time to read of your exploits and learn more about you.
Okay, so you're staying, James?
Yeah, I'm gonna be
All
staying
right.
in this study.
Okay.
Maybe there's
And
some
Barbara
way
Blue
you
and
can
Marina,
investigate
Oh,
the place.
there's going to be a lot happening, given time.
Okay,
Who knows
so
what's
we're
going
gonna
to
split the
happen?
party.
It's like to
James,
the maximum extent, almost.
what is Sly doing?
Sly is a little worried about his friend Cunning. However, trusts that he knows what he's doing. Which he doesn't. To be honest, this was a general thing that seems to have got wildly out of control now, so this is fun. Okay. So,
Okay,
let's
so
go on with it then. Sly will be accepting pettings from the stable hand, but keeping an eye on the on what's happening with his friend inside.
okay, we'll come back to Sly. So
Oh,
James,
did he
you're
see Adelaide leave?
Adelaide is with Marina and Barbara Blue.
Oh, okay, they haven't left yet. Okay, that's cool. Shutting up. Carry on.
So James, you're being led to the study, and he locks the door behind you. So you're left there, and Mr. Machiavelli. I guess it is time for me to show you my installation here.
I look
And
forward to it, Sir Henry.
he leads you through the kitchen, and there's a small door behind. He unlocks it with the key, and there's a stair.
Is it with the special key that
No.
my friend Sly saw earlier? No, it's with a
Nope.
different key. Interesting.
It's just the key.
Just a
He-
key.
He
Interesting.
lets you in, close the door behind you, and this is a stair going down, 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 down. It's very dark, and you
Right.
get to a new door, and this door has the symbol of the order on it.
The order of blue blood's not our order, right? Because otherwise
Yeah.
it's going to get terribly
No.
confusing.
It's the order of the blue blood.
Okay, that's all right.
And you can see
The order of
lock.
which I am, of course, a member.
Yeah, and you can see the door, and there's a very old looking lock on it, which is splattered in blood, and the symbol is slightly pulsing blue, and he takes out his special key, shakes it in front of your head, and says, "See, this is the ultimate protection." And you can see there's blood on that key. He puts the key in, turns the lock, and opens the door. And this is a massive wooden door. And
Okay.
you couldn't hear anything before he opened it. And as soon as he opens it, you can hear people crying, people shrieking. You can hear people lamenting. This is a whole new atmosphere that was held behind the door. And
Interesting. I like what you've done with your installation here. It's very efficient and very discreet as well.
well, yeah, if they use that kind of magic, why wouldn't we, right? So
We do what we must as we must, Sir Henry, as you well know.
yeah, he leads you in and closes the door behind you, and you're in the room that Barbara Blue saw in his vision. So this is a basement room. It is the floor, the roof you have already been described. It has the symbol pulsating, and you can see on the walls the people that are being restrained, and they are in very very poor shape. You can see wounds starting to heal, and you can see others that seem to be very fresh. There are young people, old people, men, women, and there is like 10 of them across the walls of the room. And you can see on the floor, it's a stone floor and stone pavement, and you can see there's blood everywhere. And in the middle of the room, you see a table with some torture tools on it. And in the back of the room, across one of the walls, you can see a small library with like 4 or 5 books on it.
Okay.
And he looks at you and says, "Well, which one do you want me to start with?" And when you look at him, you can see his beard turn a deep blue, and there is like trickles of blood around it. And he looks savage, and he's anticipating what is happening next.
Well, whichever one you've has had the most time to recover from your previous administrations, I think. We want to have a nice, fresh one that's ready to stand up to what we're doing, don't you?
Oh, so you're familiar with the symbol? It's my own design. I was hoping to impress you with it. Well,
Believe me, I'm very impressed. From what I can see looking around, you've certainly got something here that seems to be working, don't you? Where'd you find the symbol from in particular? It's one of your own design. What did you base it on?
you know that I'm after the cabal here, and they are using blood magic. So when I got the first ones, it was easy to extract the knowledge from them.
Can you just say that again? There was a what here?
The cabal.
Okay, yes.
I mean, that's what I'm here for, right?
Yeah. Of course you are. You said it was one of your own devising. I didn't know how you came about with it, but if it's one interpolated from their foul magics, then that only makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can have a look at the books I wrote. I have compiled everything I found about them.
I would be glad of doing such a thing. Thank you, Sir Henry. Well, shall I also take some notes on what you managed to extract from our reticent friends?
Oh, I'll take down the statement once I'm done. And he goes and grabs what looks like pincers, very bloody and rusted, and you can see there's a smile on his face. And he starts to go to town with one of the prisoners. And
I am going to deliberately turn my back so I don't see it, and the slide doesn't see it either. But
unlike everyone else, you hear it.
Yeah, I
you
can't
hear it
stop
and
the
you
noises.
smell it, and you can hear the person. It's a woman. She's like, no, I don't know anything. I already told you. And we fade. And we're gonna go.
I should be looking through the books whilst we are doing that.
You can go look at the books. I'll go back to you a bit later.
No, that's cool.
James, is there anything you want to do? You're mute. We don't hear you.
I'm going to start by saying you're phrasing, but you hear it and smell it. That is probably my favorite my favorite description of anything happening so far. But no, that's perfect. So I hear the footsteps receding, and I'll have taken one of the books that Lord Henry has written, and I'll be leafing through it while kind of walking toward the door, lean toward it with my ear, and as soon as I hear no evidence of footsteps left, and I'm convinced that I'm alone and there's not a guard that's like listening to stuff going on or anything, I'm just going to snap it shut, put it right back in place, and I'm immediately going to be at that chest, and I'm going to be using that fine dueling saber as a lockpick, and I'm
Yeah.
I want to see if I have the opportunity to try and open it with it. Yeah, like almost like I'm fiddling. Like,
Yeah. So you have a gift.
Yeah.
Called with a sword and a smile.
and that's what I'm using.
Okay. So once per scene, you can perform a gesture of extreme precision with your weapon. Yeah, sure. Um, Henry's door, opposition level. Huh? What is that?
So
It's
it's
maybe.
not the door; it's the chest.
Oh, the chest. What chest?
I thought you mentioned there was a chest in the room before.
I think when what you said, Nays, was earlier. Sir
Oh, the
Henry
chest
had a
of the
symbol on his
armor.
chest. Was it his
Yeah, that
chest
was
plate
his
or his
chest.
chest
Yeah,
box?
yeah. No, it's the chest of the
Okay.
man.
Okay, that's my mistake. Oh, that's part of why I was so adamant on being there, but that's okay.
Oops,
My bad.
sorry.
No, that's fine. There is
I
a
wasn't
desk
clear
in the
enough.
room too. Is there any locks on that?
The only locks you can find are the lock to the master bedroom that is on the other side, and the lock of the door you went through.
Okay, when we were all discussing things earlier, um, was cunning? Nope. Was Sly going through the master bedroom, or is it another bedroom?
No, that's the bedroom he went in.
Okay.
Cunning. It was cunning at the time.
Okay.
Went through the.
Yeah, keep up, man.
That's right. You're
bedroom.
cunning now, so it would have been okay. You're right. And the rest of the house, I would have to try and lockpick my way to do anything else as well. So I will
Well,
try and
you
lockpick.
you know that most of the important rooms are closed, but
Yeah.
I'll say this is not a complicated lock or anything, so you could probably not even use your gift and try to do it.
Yeah, I'll do that then to get in the master bedroom or the one out to the rest of the house.
Okay, so there's no one to hear you anyway, so
Okay. I can
you
spend
can
my time.
just force it, and it's like
Oh.
it's locked, but it's not a very sturdy door.
Mhm.
I won't make you make a check for that. So
Oh.
you're in the master bedroom.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna start poking around at everything else.
Okay, so let
Just
me
a
pull up.
reminder, me and Marina are gone, right?
Yeah, you're going with Adelaide.
Hmm.
In the master bedroom, you have there's a library on the right with some more books, and you can see that there are some books that have the symbol of the Order of the Blue Blood there. You can see there is a nightstand that seems to be on Henry's side, and there is a nightstand that seems to be on Adelaide's side. And there is the closet in which Canning found the cloak and the shoes.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna check out the books first and then the nightstands.
Okay, you have a look at the books, and you actually see that there is one book that is called The Order of the Blue Blood with a symbol on it.
Perfect.
And when you go to grab it, you grab it, but it stays in place, and you hear a click, and the library slides,
I have
and
made a huge mistake.
there are stairs going down.
Alright, I'm not gonna go down immediately. I'm gonna want to poke around the rest of the bedroom first. But I am
I'll say,
enthused at
I'll
what I
say,
have found.
considering the timing, I'll say you probably hear like some shrieks for a brief second before not hearing anything anymore from the stairs.
Just intrigued, but yeah, I'm still gonna stay up and poke around. Excuse me. Oh, okay.
So
Getting
what
back to
else do
that
you
in a
want to
bit.
check?
The nightstands, because he'll have
Which one?
mentioned that he poked around the closet and that there
Yeah,
was nothing else really there, probably.
yeah. So there's Henry's or Adelaide's.
Let's start with Adelaide, since that's who James was more suspicious of earlier.
Okay. You open the drawer, and inside you find a handkerchief like the one that Cunning got. But you grab it and you can feel there's a small thing inside, something hard. And as you unveil it, you can see there's a small sculpture. This is called a santon, Santon. It's a French word for the small porcelain sculptures of like figurines. And this one represents someone that you do not recognize, that has short dark hair, with a scar on the under the left eye, and he has like a leather jacket and leather boots, and he has a sword on his side.
don't recognize this person. Okay. Leather jacket, sword on side. Alright, fascinating. Would I know if these things are typically magical in nature?
You have no idea. You know that sentence are something that exists in France, and it's like an artisanry, and it's not especially related to magic.
Okay. I'm really putting myself in the character's shoes here, so I think I would probably just leave it in this situation. So I'll put it back exactly how, like, as much as possible, exactly how I found it. And then I'll
Okay.
go and I'll look at Henry's nightstand.
Okay. You open the drawer on Henry's nightstand, and you can find there's a letter. There's a letter with a seal that has been broken on it. You can see that the seal was the one of the Order of the Blue Blood, and there's a letter in there that you can read.
I will.
You go and read it, and basically the letter is telling Henry that he has to purge the region of the Cabal. I don't know how you pronounce that. How do you pronounce that in English? Cabal?
I think
I
just
would
about
say
the same
I would
thing.
say Cabal.
Yeah.
Cabal, yeah, okay. So that he has to purge the Cabal of Malin, and that he should use every tool he has at his disposal to do so. And that they entrust him completely with this task.
The Cabal of Minot.
Malin, it's the name of the town you're in.
Okay.
Malin.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm only laughing because I think that's from oh god, the movie with Mano. Mano is actually a deity of magic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so after I see that, I'm gonna try and commit it to memory, the general idea. Look at some of the other books that had the symbol on the bookshelf, more just like checking the titles, seeing if any were written by him, whatever. And if nothing stands out, then I will start to tiptoe down those stairs gingerly.
Yeah, there's not much standing out there. It's mostly book about esotericism, but it's not very interesting. So
Okay.
you go down the stairs, and you end up in front of a door that has the symbol of the Order of the Blue Blood on it, and it's gently pulsating, and there is a very old-looking lock on it.
And are there any sounds currently coming from that room?
You hear nothing,
Okay. I'm gonna wait a
and
minute.
I'm gonna say it's strange. It's not the
Uh,
normal kind of nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait a minute. I'm gonna wait a while and see if there's any sounds coming from it. Like,
Okay,
long enough to probably transition to someone
yeah,
else.
that's what I'm gonna do. I'll transition to Barba Blue and Marina. So you guys are with Adelaide, and you're walking down to the town. Is there anything you want to discuss before reaching the inn?
Well, so basically, your husband doesn't know much about you, does he? How long have you known your husband, exactly? I'm asking Adeline.
I told you I've been with him. I mean, we met 2 years ago, and
Oh
we
yeah,
just hit it off since.
I guess. That makes sense. Uh, how much do you know about your husband?
What do you mean?
I mean, how much does he know about you? Just curious.
He knows everything about me. He's my husband.
Earlier today we met a strange priest who's been saying that there's been that Charles hasn't been doing much of a good job, has he?
Oh, are you? Wait, there are two people. There's Joel, who is not a priest, and then there is Frère Benoit, Father Benoit. Which
Yeah,
one?
the father. Yes, father. We met a father.
He was not attacking Charles. He was saying that the town was doomed.
Sorry, I
Father
didn't hear you.
Benoit Father Benoit was saying that the town was cursed and that there was a greater evil that was waging war in the town. Joel is the one who said that Charles was doing a bad job.
Does make sense. By the way, exactly what is your lineage of this town?
Oh, I mean, the Maestre family has been here for generations, literally.
And have these before the disappearances have become larger, have have these disappearances been happening ever since?
Well, I mean, we're a small town. We don't exactly control what happens in the woods, and sometimes people get lost or get attacked. And yeah, we had people
Yeah.
disappearing before, but not as much as we have now.
Hmm. Uh, do I look at Marina?
Yes, I was wondering, I have this perfume that I thought you might like.
So
Hmm.
is that your dark ego?
Yes,
You're not bargaining right now, so you would have to suffer a wound to trigger it.
and I can absolutely. I just wanted to have a little bit of dispel magic in it, and I want to do it before we get to the inn.
Yeah, okay. So you have to describe the wound and mark it down on your sheet. Um,
Yes.
as a reminder, you can
So
suffer 3 wounds and then you're done. So you take the perfume out, and what is special about that perfume?
well, it's in a beautiful, like antique looking bottle. It smells wonderful. It's actually honey and orange blossom. Um, and so it's a very appealing scent. And I'm just telling her that ever since I met her, I thought that this would be an ideal scent for her. I didn't pick up that she had her own signature scent. And every woman of means needs a signature scent. This one struck
Yeah.
me as the one being best for her.
Okay. Yeah. She smells the bottle and she. Oh my God! It smells just like my childhood. It's wow, impressive. How do you do that?
It's a gift.
And she gives you a very long look. What kind of gift?
I just tend to know what it is that people really want or need or or might accept. And I looked at you and I just felt that this was the embodiment of you in scent form.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's very nice. Thank you so much.
Hmm. I
So yeah, go ahead.
let's see. I want to tell her. I want to tell her about my past.
Sure.
It must be nice having a loving family.
Oh yeah, we've been waiting for 3 months now, so yeah, I think the family is gonna come along very soon.
Secrets lead to misfortune.
What do you mean?
Um, I I myself have kept many secrets away from people that mean so much to me, and it's cost their lives very dearly. And I
Oh
just
well,
look at my heart locket.
yeah. Well, I'm sad to hear you had such misfortune, Mr. Balba Bloom. I'm sorry I couldn't help you, but I don't really see what you're talking about here.
The fact is, um, your 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 husband your husband is very your husband is very dangerous, and it won't take long for him to figure out what you are.
She narrows her eyes at you, and you can see that she's starting to be uneasy about what you're talking about. And you almost reached the village, the Malan's keg, and she tells you, I'm not sure what you're implying. What's going on here?
The reason why these murders have been happening more drastically is because he's getting closer to you.
Are you saying that my husband is killing people?
Well, I'm not.
Do you have proof about what you're saying, Mr. Blablablue?
We found. We found. Well. Hey, can I use my problem solver thing, or is that like with someone? Um.
What do you want to do?
Uh. Basically, I want to try to copy John Kuhn's, Cunning's gift about
Yeah,
lying.
absolutely. Yeah, love it.
Basically,
More
Cunning has.
lies.
Yeah. Cunning has been well, believe in miracles. You see, basic. Hmm. I my I've I realized the second party. There's one party where people haven't been mangled, and while the other one have been incarcerated. Perhaps, in fact, I know indeed it was a sacrifice. Have you been sacrificing people? Is that why people have been missing?
Are you affirming that you know, or are you questioning?
I'm affirming that I know. I'm lying.
Okay.
I'm spending. I'm lying that I know that they're sacrificing people.
Yeah. So to do that, you have to spend one summa for it,
Mm-hmm.
and you're using
Well,
Cunning's gift.
yes.
Okay. I think you have to make a position check here.
All right. So I have to roll a die.
I'll tell you the opposition level. You're trying to convince her, and I would say that using this lie, let me check my sheet. Opposition level on this is 6.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a relevant descriptor for it?
Uh, 6. Pretty much my specialty is problem solving, and I have every talent imaginable.
Yeah, that probably applies because you're using the gift with it. So that's 3, and then Cunning's lie gives you 1 additional success, so you're at 4.
Right.
Are you aiming for success with a consequence, standard success, or standard success with an increment?
Probably a standard success.
So you're aiming for 7. That means you need 3 additional successes.
Oh
You
God.
can spend soma or roll dice.
I'm going to. Uh, Seems like the problem solver is the only thing I can spend on, so I'm going to spend Soma.
Okay, so you spend 3 more soma. You're done
So
at 2.
basically, I'm down to 2.
Okay, so she believes you, and she goes, "How do you know about this? That this is not. Do we have a problem here?" And
We have no problem. We're just here to
you can
keep
see
the village.
she's gesturing to someone or something behind her,
Can I?
and
I look.
Marina, I think you would see that um, there's someone that has been staying behind, kind of hidden, that just comes out of the shadows and is starting to approach you.
They've been following us.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I hold my dueling blade. We just want to keep you safe.
Yeah, Adelaide is taking a step back. She's like, "What are you and what is happening right now?" Thibaut, we need to take care of those people.
Um.
And you can see
Funny that
the
you would need to take care of us when we're trying to protect you from the one who wants to take care of you.
figure is coming from outside, from behind you. It's a man. It's the man I described on the Santon that James found, but you don't know about that. But it's the same description: short black hair, leather jacket, leather boots, and he has a blade on his side. And actually, the blade is in his hand right now. He took it out, and he goes, "What's happening right now, Adelaide? What do we do?" And you can see Marina. He also has the shimmer.
Another one covered in magic. We're actually trying to protect Adelaide. She's being hunted. I believe your
Yes.
entire family is being hunted.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah,
I
he's
don't understand why. Are you saying my husband is doing this?
yes. That's what he's been trying to tell you.
Oh dear
Yes.
God. Oh my God. I need to find my siblings.
Mm.
And you can see Thibaut has he has a sack over his shoulder, and you can hear a baby crying in there.
Why do you have a baby? Why is there a baby? I don't like
Don't you
children.
don't you get it? They're sacrificing them.
Yeah, I do, but I don't like children. Why does there have to be a baby here? Now I feel like we have to save the child. That's just against everything for me.
Don't you get it?
Why would?
That's the only way to win. Is to have more power, and there's nothing more powerful than sacrificing a baby. You're
Mm.
you're s- you're let's say you're a witch. You know about these things.
I
You know how it goes. You don't get power out of nothing.
I mean I do, but that's fine. We don't have to sacrifice anything. You have all of us here to help you. You don't have to sacrifice that parasite.
I like I like how you're trying to save the baby, but yet you're just saying, "Ugh,
Yeah.
babies."
Just
It's like,
why?
oh,
Why did you could have had like I Marina would have been happier. I as a player wouldn't have been, but Marina would have been happier if you'd had a puppy.
It was
But
just
no,
the disappointment in your voice that made it for me. Ugh, why do you have a baby? Come on.
God,
all
a
right.
Now
baby.
we have
Ugh.
to be noble and save it, and it's
Maybe
awful.
y'all
You
do.
you can see there's something kind of crazy in her eyes, and she just tells you there's the pact is made.
Yeah.
I have to do it. It's the only way. And now that I know who it is, it's gonna be much easier. So here's what I offer you. You let me go with Thibault. I grab my sister and my brother, and we take care of this, and you don't have to do anything.
I well,
Well, yeah, but it's a
here's a better
baby.
idea.
Ugh.
If you want this village to be safe, you guys need to pack up. You need to leave.
I'm not leaving my city, my town. This is my place. If my husband is really the one who did this,
If you're going, if you
He's
want
he
to
not
stop your
just
alone.
husband, you need to stop everything witchcraft happening around here.
Yeah, he's
don't
not
you get
alone.
it? Witchcraft
There's a
witchcraft is
whole
the reason the town survives.
there's a
Witchcraft is the
whole
reason we
entire
thrive. It has
entity
always been that
behind
way.
him that is driven to end you. And so even if you kill him, it's like cutting the head off of a like three-headed
Hydra.
dragon. Yeah, a
Um,
hydra.
yeah, you
Yes,
cut
well,
off a head and two more will sprout.
I never
Yes.
had
You
as much
stay
power
here.
as I do now, and I'm pretty sure I can take them all now. You
No,
can
you.
see
No.
she's completely crazy, and she's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
she's
I can do
power
it. It's
hungry.
fine.
This isn't gonna
Hey,
end well.
can I use my dark ego to try to force her something? Maybe like
Um,
show your dark side by hurting,
yeah.
acting. Yeah,
So
I
what
just
are you gonna
like
do?
I grab her wrist and then and then I grab her wrist. Not, but I don't do it like too hard. Just like enough to do one wound, but not like too hard. And it's just like leave. I just angry
So
leave
the way
this
your dark ego
village.
works is that when you break out of your calm character, you um, your dark ego mostly works when you're killing people. Is the thing. Um,
Oh, if you take out an enemy with your last wound.
so you can try to impress her, but that's not gonna like the dark ego is not gonna help you for that.
Hmm. Uh. Well, exactly. What can I do? Um.
I'm happy to let you make a check for it if you want.
All right.
But
What check?
she's crazy and she's powerful. So the opposition level for this is 8.
Oh God, no, no, no. I don't want to make that check. In fact, erase my last movement. I need you to erase my last.
Okay,
Last-
None of
I'll
that
allow it.
happened. It was all a dream, Naze. You dreamt the whole thing. Wake up. Come on, wake up.
I'll
No,
allow
it's just
it.
like that
But
thing where you think someone does something crazy, like, but it just seems like it's just in his mind, pretty much.
I'll
You know
allow
what I'm
it. But
talking about, right?
by the time I'll say you played that in your head, and by the time you get back to reality, you can see she has 2 little figurines in her hand, and she's crushing them with her hand. And there are some drips of blood that are falling off, and you see Anne and Charles appear right next to her.
You need to leave. You two need to leave.
Oh, they're not.
3 me.
You have convinced no one, and right now you either leave or we do this the our way. And you can see Charles, who just appears, who's like, what's going on? Adelaide, what's going on? Oh
You're
my, what are you doing with the hunters? What's happening? And you can see Adelaide snaps her head to him, and she goes like, why do you call them in this? This is stupid. You shouldn't have done this. You should consult me before this. What are you hoping to achieve by doing this? Really? And then Charles goes, Adelaide, you need to calm down. You need to accept the fact that we do not handle the situation here. And she just slaps him, and he is reduced to silence. Um, yeah.
you're
So what are you doing? Are you staying or do you try to leave?
I You mean like stay in the village?
She basically told you that you need to let them do what they want to do, what they want to do, and if you try to interfere, she'll crush you.
We're only here to see if you're any harm to the world. That is the order's reasoning. We're here
And
to
you can hear the
investigate the
baby crying
supernatural
in the
force.
sack.
I guess that's our answer. Hmm. Let's see.
Marina, anything you want to do?
Marina?
Oh, wait, she's trying to join the stream twice. Marina, are you here?
No,
Oh
I was.
God, there's two.
Yeah.
Two of them. They're
I've left
multiplying.
it and come back. I don't know why it keeps doing that.
Okay.
Anyways, we're cornered.
Yes, I want to grab for the perfume that I gave her and splash
Yep.
her with it.
Okay.
As many of them as I can. Yeah.
Okay. And does it do anything special?
Remember, I said it has it like deactivates any magic she's got on her.
Okay. So you do that, and let's make a check for this actually. I'll say this is like the 4 of them are now facing you, so you can splash the 4 of them easily. And we'll make a group check for that, and that will be a position level of 5.
Okay. So just a d6, right?
Do you have any descriptor that works for this?
Oh, I do. I do. I can use my water thing. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Look at that. Okay. That's. Yes. So sorry. I'm waiting for it to come back up here.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. So my sea magic, I can unleash my witch powers and control seawater, which I carry my own bottle of seawater with me if there's no water nearby.
Mm-hmm.
As if it were solid, I can use it as a weapon or as an object to support my actions by giving it the consistency of a whip that can reach up to 10 meters.
Okay, so this is your gift. You want to use it to splash the bottle of perfume, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have 3 base successes because you're using the manipulation of water. I'll say you're losing the ampoules of seawater doing this.
Okay.
And you have one additional success for using your treasure. So that's 4. And you need to get at least to 5. 5 is outcome with the consequence. Do you want to go to 5, 6, or 7?
We'll do 6.
6.
Then I
Okay.
only need 2 successes, right?
Yeah, so you need 2 successes. Are you spending Soma or are you using dice?
I'll use Soma.
Okay.
Should be 2 of my 3. Actually, 2 of my 6 gone.
Okay. So you use Soma, and do you want to describe that?
Yes. So I have an ampule of seawater, and I suddenly kind of break that in front of me, or I drop it and stomp on it, and then salty whips come out from my hand to grab at the perfume I gave her earlier and splash her with it. Just kind of slash it across them so that the top flies out and the water goes everywhere.
Okay, so you splash them with it, and you can see the shimmer dissipate. And Barbara Blue, for the first time, you can see what she was talking about. And there's like an outline that just disappears, and there is no other visual effect to this. And they look at each other, and they go, "What did she just do?" And you can see Adelaide who's like, "She just what? The protection, it's gone. What are you?" And she's gonna use her gift against you.
Okay.
Can she?
Yes, she can. She's gonna use Desperate Pact. So you can see her. You can see her like she puts her hand in front of her, and you can see some kind of dark, bloody cloud forming in front of her, and you can faintly see a face in it, and you hear a deep voice speaking, saying, "What do you want this time?" And she says, "I want you to get me and my siblings out of here and to the sanctuary." And the voice says, "Well, I see you already have a sacrifice for me. This is suitable." And you can see Adelaide, who is like, "I was planning to use this for something else, but I guess okay, let's do this." And
Sea whips. Sea whips.
yeah, you already had your turn.
Stop the baby sacrifice. It's your chance to be a hero.
All right. All right. Is there anything I can do?
I mean, can you?
Well, hey, it's just for. How long do I have? Can I spend another Soma to replace my problem solver ability, or?
Yeah, if you want to use a gift, which one do you want to use?
Well, what does that desperate act do?
No, the Desperate Pact you cannot use. That's my rule.
Damn.
You need to actually have a pact with something very bad to do it. So
Ooh. Yeah. Well, maybe. Oh no, I did not see with a sword or a smile.
no, but you saw the water magic. You saw her dark ego, but you cannot use it.
Oh,
And
he saw my whips. He saw my sea whips.
Yeah, we just said that. I guess I'll just use the sea whips. What can I do with them?
You can use them to manipulate an object or to attack.
Maybe I can grab the sack with the baby in it.
Yeah. Because you can use it to move someone you want to defend or hinder an enemy's movement, but it's a big red cloud, so I don't know how we'd hinder it.
All right. Well, maybe I can try to grab the baby from them.
okay, so the thing is, you're not a magic user, but here's what we're gonna do. You manage somehow to actually shape a tentacle out of mud with the water that splashed and the surrounding dirt. And for some reason, we don't know why, you managed to use it as a whip. And you go to whip at the baby. So the baby is held by Thibault. So that's. Let me check. Okay. The opposition level for this check is 5.
Alright.
You have 3 because you are using your talent. You have
Yes.
1 more because you're using the sea whip. That's 4.
So I need to
So
make one roll.
if you go for 1, that's an outcome with a consequence. If you go for 2, it's an outcome. It's a standard
I'll take
outcome.
that
If you go,
consequence.
okay,
Alright.
roll a die.
D1, right? No, wait, wrong.
C'est 1d.
Oh. D1D. Yes! Made it.
Okay.
5.
So you managed to grab the sack and the baby.
But
But as I said, you're not a magic user, meaning that you actually have to extend your arm to do this. And Thibault is going to strike at your arm with his blade. So you're going to take 1 wound.
okay. 1 wound. Alright.
And
That's
the second you manage to grab the baby, you can see the cloud just grow, and it surrounds all of them, and they vanish.
alright. At least I have the baby in my arms.
Yes, and we'll fade from that scene with the baby crying in your arms. Cunning and Fly.
My word,
So
Sir Henry, I never knew you could make a tongue do that.
yeah, Henry is at the third. He's at the third prison right now, and as he's about to um, tear their arm away, that one actually goes and says, "Okay, okay. The only thing I know is that there's a place, okay, in the woods. They call it the sanctuary, and I know someone's there, but I swear that's all I know." And Henry looks at the it's a man, and Henry looks at the man and says, "Ah, I knew I would get something out of you for today," and tears the arm off. And he wipes his hands on his clothes and claps his hand and goes, "Well, Mr. Machiavelli, I believe we now have a target to go to."
I believe we do, Sir Henry, indeed. It's a pleasure seeing a master of his craft at work.
Yeah. He unlocks the door. First, he writes down in a book what he learned tonight and puts it in the library, and then he unlocks the door and leads you out. And James,
Mm-hmm.
we don't hear you, James.
Yeah, so very fortunate that I was thinking about the course of action. James would have, hearing the magical silence. So when he first opened the secret passage, he heard a
Yeah.
scream. It went quiet. I went down there. And it's an almost eerie silence. So
Yeah, it was like you opened the secret passage, it went
yeah. So
and closed.
what I would have been doing is going back up. On my way out of the secret passage, I'd be looking to see if there's a way to open that passage from the inside.
Yeah, there is.
Okay. I would have closed the secret passage, gone out to the main room, closing the bedroom door behind me, and seeing if I can see or hear the cat doing anything outside of whatever window is there. I don't know what floor this study is on, but I should have probably asked.
Yeah. So what is Cunning doing actually? I will say
Uh,
one thing, Cunning. The second slide came into the basement room, and the door was closed. You had no connection.
Uh-oh.
How interesting. So when the connection between to Cunning failed, Sly would have wriggled out of the grip of the stable hand and kind of dashed and jumped up and started clawing at the study window. Ow! Ow! Because I don't think I can talk while I'm a cat.
Nope.
No.
Yeah,
I've just been meowing and yowling.
that would have
Okay,
been the
so-
signal for danger. I need help,
Yeah.
which means that from wherever you deem appropriate, a monster approaches.
One thing about your gift, James,
Yes.
is you actually cannot do it indoor.
Oh, that's
It
right.
is-
Okay.
It is
Well,
specified in it.
that's good. All right.
Yeah. So what I'll say is you probably waited a good amount of time behind the door. So you just come up, you close the library, and you see Sly scratching at the window,
Okay.
and there you are.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Okay. Is there a way to open the window to get outside?
Yeah, sure. Sure, you
Yeah,
can open the
I
window.
was thinking that, like, as I was looking down under my monitor, and then I look up at John's like, do that. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna open the window and slip out and be like, very old yeller. What is it, boy? Is it trouble in the village or trouble downstairs?
Okay, and as the cat is starting to make you panic, the connection is reestablished as Canning leaves the basement.
So you see Sly kind of blink a bit, stagger slightly, and then look around, almost looking directly down towards where Cunning is, as if they know. And then, here's a question: does it fill in the stuff that Cunning experienced while the connection was lost, or not?
I'll leave that up to you. I think it's a
Okay.
very interesting situation we have here because you guys have a symbiosis, and this could be the
Yes.
first time one of you experiences something that the other doesn't.
So Cunning would have felt the cut between them as well.
Yeah.
So as soon as Cunning is out of that room, Cunning will be thinking to Sly that there's Sir Henry knows about the sanctuary, or knows about a sanctuary in the woods, and I would imagine that having spent some time together, that the group have worked out some form of communication, not words, but some form of, not quite like scratch 3 times for C's, once for A, twice for B's, thing like that. But there will be some form of communication that Sly and Cunning can do in their animal forms to kind of convey something or some things, if that makes sense. Are you happy with
Yeah.
that, Naze?
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna be able to convey the concept of the sanctuary, but something like "I'm okay." Yeah, sure.
I was thinking more like follow me, and Sly would run off towards the woods.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. I'm assuming that would be after Cunning and Lord Henry have left the manor.
Have left the room with the blue glow thingy, which I'm assuming was the
Yeah, you're
If the
magical
cat
silent.
is panicking and then tells me to follow, I'm not gonna question the timing or anything like that. I'm just gonna slip out the window and close it deftly behind.
Cunning,
I mean,
Don't
I guess
question
with
the
one
kitten.
hand at a time, not with my hook. I don't want to bash out any panes of glass.
Cunning,
Just one at a
you're
time.
coming out of the stairs. You're going back to the kitchen, and you can see Henry starting to go towards the study where James is supposed to be.
Sir Henry, should we not go deal with this issue first? My friend will be quite happy to remain in the study. He's a big fan of books, he is, and he'll be quite happy to remain there for as long as necessary. He's
I mean,
not
have you
expecting us to take some time.
have you seen that sword? I want him by my side when we slaughter those witches.
Then I'm sure you will gladly lend his sword to the cause.
As
Yeah.
the cat starts to lead me back.
So
Yeah.
what is
So
what
as
is
you're kind
Sly
of
doing?
dangling outside the window, Sly will be there and suddenly start clawing, kind of scratching you, going, "No, get back in, get back
Just
in!"
back up there, like open up the window, crawl back in, close them, dash over the bookshelf, grab a book, and just
Yeah, the
lean back
second
on
you
a
open the
chair.
book, he opens the door. Um,
Ah,
and
You
goes,
holding the book upside down.
Yeah.
closing it right away. Ah, what a pleasant surprise! I did not expect you back so soon, but
well,
shall we carry
we
on?
got the information we needed. Are you up for a stroll in the woods? Take that
Stroll
sword
in
of
the woods
yours.
at this hour. It sounds certainly like something I might enjoy.
And you can see
Come along,
James.
James.
He's covered in blood, and actually Cunnings has some splatters of blood too on his face and his clothes. Like something very wrong happened
I'm
downstairs.
gonna try and maintain a steel face and just trust that whatever. I'm gonna trust that Cunning will like let me know if we have to just like cut a throat or something.
And yeah, so
Actually, that is a
uh,
very good question. Can I just double check something?
yeah,
The order is our mission to search and contain or to eradicate?
your mission specifically was put an end to it.
Okay,
Okay.
fair enough then. So, whilst we go walk down and out, I would like Sly to. I will walk ahead with Sir Henry, and Sly will kind of climb up James's leg and sit on his shoulder, so that if necessary, James can ask questions. If you ask simple yes nos, Sly will flex his claws into your shoulder, like once for no, twice for yes, something like that.
Mind
Okay.
the cloak, and I'll like undrape one shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah, so some way that you can, because that way you can get the knowledge that Cunning has without talking to Cunning.
Yeah. So the first question will be: is he the bad guy?
Squeeze for yes.
Are the sisters the bad guys?
Squeeze for yes.
So everyone's bad, and there's a squeeze. Yeah. And we're going to the woods. Who are we fighting? Hold on. Are we fighting him?
Squeeze.
So we're not fighting the girls.
Double squeeze.
So we're fighting everyone.
Squeeze.
Should we
I
get
like
our
it.
friends?
Let's fight all the world. That's what we should be doing. All the world.
Should we get our other two friends?
Double squeeze.
So we
Wow,
should not.
toss us out in the woods.
No, I
Yeah,
figure you're busy with them at this point.
You think what?
Cunning figures you're busy with Adelaide and Anne at the moment.
Oh, okay. He thinks that Happy and Marina, or Barbara
Yes.
Blue and Marina are engaged. So he's like, no, we
Yes.
don't have time, or.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, because I would have known that she went off with them, but we don't know of any of the issues that they have, so it's either like, oh, they're dealing with it, or they'll deal with it eventually, we'll deal with our thing, and blah, blah, blah.
And Sly's tail will curl down, tap the hilt of your sword,
Mm-hmm.
and then point at Sir Henry's back.
Alright,
You
so...
can see that Henry he's never been that fast and that decisive in what he's doing. He's just strolling down to the stables. He's hauling his stable boy whose name is
Well, it is a kid. I don't care if we deal with the kid, too.
Are we go? No. Let's not traumatize the child.
So, I would be thinking that out loud. He taps the sword and points ahead, and I'm just like, alright,
He
let's
goes,
do it. I start to, like, silently think
Sebastian, prepare the horses. These gentlemen and me are going to the woods. This is gonna be a good hunting night.
Yes, Sir Henry. Might I help you on your horse as I'm standing facing him so that he's looking at me
Yeah.
with his back to James?
Okay. He
Yeah.
goes, yeah, sure. And he grabs his horse and steps on it.
So as he's stepping up, super distracted, I don't even know if this is a sword or a smile situation. Just try deft one motion, unsheath, turn, and just plunge into the back.
Okay. Well, okay.
Working off
So
of you, Cutting.
I
you're
am a
gonna have to make
terrible person.
you're gonna have to make a position check for this.
Okay.
Also, yeah, you're
I-
taking him. You're taking him by surprise. So the opposition level is just going to be 6.
I will say this. I have a gift which is appearance of mischief. You are always ready to seize the right opportunity. Once per scene, if your ally acts while you support him, he
Yes,
gets 1 additional success on his check.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
love
And
it.
could this
if you
count
get
as? Go ahead.
and if you get a success with an increment, I get an additional action straight afterwards.
Okay, so
Okay.
here's the thing. The opposition level is 6. You start with 3 because you have skilled swordsman. You have an additional success because you're taking him by surprise. And you have 1 additional success because cunning is helping you. So that's 5. And the opposition level is 6. If you want the success with increments, you need to go up to 8. So that would be 3 more successes. If
Yeah,
you
I
want
kind of want to make that. I kind of just want to pay the Soma for that and not risk rolling a 1.
Actually, no, just do 2. I don't need to do another action on this.
Okay.
So just do 2. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'll spend 2 Soma, and that
Okay.
should get us there, right?
So you stab him. You stab
Through
him
the
in the
heart
back.
or something like that.
Yeah,
and-
ideally where the lung/heart would be.
yeah, that would be great, right?
It's not a trap at all.
I'll say you stab him in the shoulder, and he immediately reaches for it. He goes, ah! He turns around and sees you with your blade, and turns around to Cunning, and you can see blood in his eyes, and he is getting enraged by what you just did. He's understanding that this was just a lie all along, and he is going to strike too. Let me check my character sheet for him.
And all of a sudden, the stable hand comes in with his harpsichord. Battle music.
Yeah, it's
as
very
he
out
as he doesn't fall right away, and it's like as my blade is getting ready for a riposte or whatever, I'm just looking over with the look
I'll
of.
say he's definitely considering you to be agents of darkness now, because you just stabbed him. So he'll attack. He'll attack James because you just stabbed him.
That's probably fair.
The opposition
see
level
that.
on this is 7, James.
Okay.
So
We're-
you have the same descriptor works for this, I think.
Yeah, so I'm at 4 to start.
You are at 3.
Oh, 3 to start. Okay.
Yep.
So we gotta get 4 or more. This
And
is
7 for yeah.
this is gonna be another 2 Soma, I think.
So that's 5, and
Hey.
you still need to not to get stabbed.
Yeah.
Can Sly jump off his shoulder into the face of Sir Henry, clawing at it to act as a distraction, thus supporting him?
You have.
I know it's appearance of mischief. I know, but it's cunning versus Sly. Maybe 2 different people.
I think you have. The thing is, when you're using the animal, you're supposed to use the dark ego, I think.
I know, but I can do that. So if how about this then? If we say I go low, Sly jumps for his face. Not so he'll stagger backward. Hopefully, stagger backwards, knock into me, fall backwards. So James has an extra chance to stabby.
Yeah, but first he's gonna attack.
Ah, fine.
Yeah, that's probably fair. A 2!
You need 2 dice, right?
2 dice?
Well,
I needed to
opposition
roll a
level-
2.
the opposition level is 7. You had 3 plus 2,
And then-
that was 5.
Yeah, and I rolled a 2.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
need
that
to roll
takes you
1
to
die
6.
per,
You need
per success.
you need
you
one
need.
more to get a success with a consequence,
Oh.
or another one on top of that to get a straight success.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you need to roll at least 1 more dice.
If you roll 1 more die, you won't get stabbed, but I'll choose that something happens to you. If you roll 2 more.
Yeah, I rolled 1 more die and got a
Okay.
3.
Okay, so he goes in, and you can see his much faster and stronger than you thought he would be. And there is something very unnatural in the way he's fighting you right now. And you manage to dodge just at the last moment. But as you do so, you slip and you fall to the floor.
Great. Okay.
So James or Cunning, what are you doing?
I'm going to do the dark ego thing. The go low, go high thing between me and Sly. Sly going for the face, me ducking down behind him, so that he'll try and go backwards and knock him over.
Okay, so as you do that, you have 3 base successes, and the gift gives you 2 more.
Yep.
That's 5. Opposition level is still 7 for him.
I have 6 soma. I've not spent a single damn one yet, so I will spend 3 soma to make this a success.
So that's a success without consequence. Okay, so
Yes.
you do exactly what you said. You you go on all fours behind him, and you have the and the
Sly
cat
jumps through his face,
just
clawing
jumps
at it.
to his face and scrapes his face. I'll say for this, you actually inflict him. No, yeah, you inflict him not 1 wound, but he like he scrapes one of the eyes, and he seems to be disoriented, and he falls to the floor.
Okay.
You get a look at him. He doesn't seem to mind that much that you stabbed him once, and you're not sure how this is going to go. James.
So we're inside the stable, but we're
Yeah.
outside the main house. Is the stable like a shack or something?
No, yeah, it's outside the main house.
Okay. A thumping is heard as something approaches rapidly, just to add to the chaos.
Okay. You feel a tremor, and another tremor, and you see the horses that were already freaked out go completely bananas, and they start agitating, and they tear off their links, and they just run off the stables. And you can see coming out from the forest a gigantic beast. Can you describe it?
Just
so-
to interject here, the music is really well timed there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
Yeah.
intentional or not, but
No,
wow.
not my choice.
So are you giving me artistic liberty here, or is it
Yeah,
traditional?
you do whatever you want.
Okay, cool. So, lumbering quickly on 4 legs, a very, very thick, dark shape. I'm gonna keep it kind of traditional. A large snout is jutting forward from an almost like spherical thing that's moving faster than it really should be for its size or its shape. It's kind of like wobbling back and forth as it's coming up. It takes a second to sniff, and it kind of like jerks its head in our direction, lowers its head down, and you kind of see like its neck goes up and then down, so it's like a snake neck almost, and this very, very dark, shimmering somehow green just comes kind of sprinting forward.
Yeah. As soon
And
as the tremor
you-
starts, you can see that Henry looks around him. It's like, what the fuck is that? And he has a look outside, and he basically is seeing a monster he has never heard of before, but seems to be pure evil. And he looks at the both of you and goes, "I'll deal with you later." And he takes his sword out. I mean, he already has it, but he charges at the beast.
So as soon as like the thumping started, after I've been knocked on my butt, and you just hear boom, 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 boom. I'm also gonna say that I don't like the idea of its running being rhythmic. I like the idea of it like just having something asymmetric about it.
Mhm.
Oh yes, a
James would
rhythmic
have,
lumbering.
yeah. James normally full of grace and whatever. He his eyes get real wide, and he like gets up in a very unnatural way where like his legs like punch behind him, and then he starts to get up from a crouch, and does his best to like very slowly, like when the thing stops and sniffs around, he stays still, and as soon as it starts to move again, he kind of like looks right, looks left, and just tries to edge behind something, full aware that
Not
it's
me,
probably not going to
please.
work. What's that?
Not me. Please don't hide behind me.
No, it would have been something structural.
You can see that Henry is starting to engage the beast, but the beast doesn't give a damn about him. It's sniffing the air and turning its gaze to the stables, and it's starting to sprint to get to the stables. On the way, it knocks Henry on the side, and he seems to be out of it for a little bit.
Great. I'm assuming that the doors to the house were locked behind us.
Yeah, probably.
But
Get
the
to the
study
keys.
window should still be unlocked. Is that close to a point where I
That
could grab a
study
horse and get
window.
over there real quick?
So what are you doing?
I would like to hop on a horse and get over to the study window and climb inside super fast.
Okay, here's the thing. The horses have been freaked out.
Oh,
So
yeah.
why don't you roll a d6? 1 to 3, there is no horse. 4 to 6, there is a horse for you.
Yeah, if there is not an opportunity to use a horse, I'm just going to be sprinting toward the nearest window or the nearest, like, strong cover that would really hide me. But I did speak into existence that it was sniffing, so I kind of regret that.
So there's no horse. So, looking at the beast, you think you would not make it to the window in time.
Yeah.
But you do see, like, the way the dimension is set up. It's surrounded behind. It's surrounded by trees.
Okay.
So the beast came out from one side of the forest, and you see the other side of the forest, and you think you might go there.
Yeah, I'm going to make a beeline for the tree line. And once I'm, like, sorry. Once I'm several trees in, I'm going to pick a big thick one and try and, climb a little bit.
Yeah, Kenning and Sly, what are you doing?
Part of Cunning's equipment is that he has a set of knives that he hides on his person.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's the evening I'm cunning, I'm going to go over and slit Sir Henry's throat. Because he's out on the ground. You said he was out for a while.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
So
that's
I'm gonna
one
go
way
and
to take care of Sir Henry.
I'm going to dispose of the threat now. Take his keys as well. Because I won't go and free the prisoners and take those books as evidence. I know that I can't help James at this point.
Okay, I'll say one thing. You have to choose because Henry is very very strong. You can either have the time to slit its throat, but then the beast is going to come, and you won't have the time to get the keys. Or you can get the keys, but you won't have time to slit its throat.
Don't forget, I do, once per scene, I can unlock anything, so if the building can be locked. I don't know. Don't forget, I have some unlockable keys too.
We can go. Well, I'm not gonna play your character.
What? So the beast is coming for me now rather than going for James?
No, it's going for James, but the way James moved changed the direction of the beast.
Okay. I will slit the beast's throat and then slit Sir Henry's throat, get out of the way, and then I can hopefully go back for the keys once the beast is gone.
Okay, so I'm gonna say since he's not moving, opposition level for this is going to be 5 instead of 7.
Okay.
Do you have any descriptor for this?
No, not that. A life on the no, that's Sly's descriptor. Bollocks.
Yep.
Oh dear, that's a pain. I don't.
So you start with 1 base success.
You can still spend Soma.
I have only got 3 Soma left.
Oh.
So that gives me 4. I'm going to roll a d6.
One die will give you success with a consequence.
I'm going to try 2. Yes! No
Nice.
consequences for slitting the unconscious man's throat.
Okay, so you have 0 soma now.
Yes, I'm well aware of this.
You just you seize the occasion. You see the chaos around you, and you go, "Yep, that's the moment for it." And you grab your knife, and you can describe the rest.
Sir Henry is kind of lying on the floor, groaning slightly, looking as if he's coming to, and Cunning walks up with Sly sits on his chest. Cunning walks up to Sir Henry and says, "This is for those inside," and slits his throat.
Okay, so you do just that, and then you run away.
And then we get out of the way so the beast can trample over everything.
Okay. Are you joining James?
Sorry, what's that? Am I still running?
No, I was asking Cunning. Are you joining James
Oh.
in the forest?
No.
Okay.
Not at the moment.
Okay, so you move to the
Probably
side,
wise.
and the beast darts for the forest and loses sight of James. And Cunning, you have never seen this before, because usually you just run away from the beast, but this time you're on the side and you can see the beast, this massive creature, very muscly, just liquefies into seawater and disappears.
Nice.
That is beautiful. Wow.
I love that. That's amazing. So once the beast is gone, I will go back to Sir Henry's corpse and try and find those keys.
Yeah, that was the cost for what you did. So what I'm gonna say is that the beast trampled everything, and you cannot find the keys.
Okay.
Ah. So they're just left there.
Okay. I think at this time, you, Barba Blue and Marina, you probably heard the beast being activated at the mansion. So you would probably make your way there, unless you wanted to do something else.
Do you think it's okay? Marina? Oh, she's gone.
We lost her.
She'll be back.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure since we took their sacrifice, that god is not going to be happy with them. So basically, we should
You're back.
I'm back. Sorry, hit the wrong button.
It's okay.
So I think we should turn tail and head to the mansion and try to get out of here, along with trying to get those people out in the basement.
Well, we definitely have to do something with the baby. I'm not carrying it. That's all you.
Fuck it. New order baby.
Okay.
The baby of the new order. No, wait.
Are we like
It'd be kind of
4
weird.
adventurers and a baby now?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Four hunters and a baby.
Okay, so you reconvene at the mansion.
Just still holding the baby.
Okay.
By a leg, just upside down.
When you
Nah, I'm
arrive,
just holding it
Barba
with,
Blue, Marina,
with an
you can
arm.
see
With my, not her arm.
you can see that the outside of the mansion is devastated. Something massive happened here, and you can see Cunning just petting Sly on the stairs in front of the mansion. There is no sign of James,
Mr. Barbablue, I've been waiting for you.
and there's a mangled corpse next to the stables that seems to have been at some point Lord Henry of Institute.
Is there any chance that the people downstairs can be helped out?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even know about.
Oh, I will explain to you about these people. The fact there are these people there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and the room is downstairs. I think we can break down pretty much every door in this place,
Yes.
apart from possibly the one that's got the weird blue glow.
Well, once the beast liquefies and I listen for a while, and I'm pretty sure it's gone. I don't hear any more thump, 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 thump. I'm gonna go down and kind of make my way back, visibly shaking, like, oh crap. Dust myself off, straighten out my cloak and my vestments, and I'm gonna check to see if the study door is still an option, or the study window.
I mean, you can force every door in there.
Oh,
It's they are basic locks, and you have fighters in this group, so I'm not opposed to it.
Oh,
and
I'm
you
more of a
will have
lover
to
than a
make me comfort.
fighter.
Besides, if we, yeah. Besides, pretty much, since I have the keys. Can I open? I have my own keys, or is the
Yes,
blue? Yeah. So
you have your
basically,
own keys, but this is a gift you have, and you can use it once a scene.
I used it. Didn't we do a scene change from the?
Yeah, we did. What I'm saying
So
is
you
that you
can
can
use it
use those
again, but
keys
only on one door.
on one door.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So maybe on the magic blue door,
Yes,
rather
on the
than
magic
any of the
blue
other
door.
doors.
That's what I was
Okay.
thinking of.
So you go through all the doors, just destroying them because you don't care anymore. Cunning leads you to the basement through the
Is
kitchen.
Marina back yet though?
Marina's back with Baba Blue as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're
And
right.
the
together.
baby.
We
Yeah.
went back together.
Just making sure. If I do pass anything that's particularly pretty before it gets broken by anybody in the party, I do put it in my travel bag. Just FYI.
Oh, and
Absolutely.
Cunning
And
and
actually,
Fly are subtly looting as we go.
you when you go through the main hall, you see a very good looking scimitar that is just hanged on the wall, and that seems to be very precious. Actually, you wonder if it's not even magical, so you just grab that and put it in your bag, and you get 1 token back.
Score.
You get to the basement. Barbara Blue, are you using your
Yes.
gift?
Yep.
Yeah, so you have like Cunning is telling you that this door is the door you cannot go through. It's the worst. There's nothing to do here, and you just go and take your key and put it inside the lock, and it opens. And the moment it opens, you hear the sounds from the people behind it. What do you want to do?
I go and I continue what he started. I'm kidding. I go and unlock them.
By the way, Marina, congratulations on the birth. Where did the baby come from?
It's a
I'm
new
sorry,
order
why did you
baby.
even think that I would
It's
have
the new order baby.
a parasite?
We're bringing
No,
him
no,
a
that's
baby.
not mine.
Okay then. Sorry for trying to make light of the situation whilst the people are screaming and I'm trying to distract myself from this. Where did you get a baby from at this time of night? I think the stores are closed.
Basically,
Well, see, what had happened was we might have rescued the parasite.
Right.
am I back out there? Am I back out there
What
with
did you
them?
rescue this parasite from, Marina?
Bad witches? Obviously, I'm not a bad witch. No.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
I'm
Okay.
going to be rescuing the prisoners, however
Yeah.
I can, while this is happening.
You unshackle
They're
them,
with me.
and
Yeah.
as I said, there's like 10 people in there, and they thank you, and you actually wonder if it's not a better idea to let them in here for a while, because some of them are in a really bad shape, and it
So let them
Oh,
seems
the
heal up.
healing. Yeah.
Yeah.
like the
I'd
symbol
recommend
is
that
healing
too.
them.
It's a
Mhm.
so as I unshackle them and they're sitting there thanking us and everything, I'm gonna look around and be like, though I'm sure there are horrible memories for you from this spot, it is doing what it can to help you recover and perhaps not suffer so long from your wounds. Maybe rest here for a while
I think
before
hey,
returning to your
can I make a
families.
Can I make a note of the symbol? Maybe we can bring that back to the order as well, not just the
Yeah,
baby.
sure.
I will also pick
You
up all the books that
you
Sir
free
Henry
an
had
old
down
man.
here.
You free an old man from his shackles, and he falls to the floor, and he turns to you and says, "Oh, that that was not supposed to go like this. Where's where's the cabal? I
Hmm?
oh. Marina, you recognize that man. It is the one and only Ambrose.
Ah,
Ambrose
very.
is a
Oh.
sorcerer.
Oh,
He's a very powerful sorcerer.
Is he allied to the Order or separate to the Order?
Separate.
He is not known of the order, and sorcerers and witches have like a passive aggressive relationship.
does he
um,
recognize me?
Actually, you have a look around, Marina, and all the people here are magic practitioners, but you don't know them. He, on the other hand, you know.
Ah,
does that little figurine that I saw in the lady's handkerchief seem to match any of these people?
No, it doesn't. It's the depiction of Thibault, the last guy that was with Adelaide.
yeah, but he wasn't with us,
Yeah.
so
Uh, go ahead.
he wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Did you take the? You left it there, right?
Yeah,
in
I
the
left
dresser?
it there, and he wouldn't be making the connection now. Like he would have thought to look at these people, but he's not
Yeah.
going to think to mention it.
Okay.
Cunning will go and pick up the books that Sir Henry was writing notes in and
Yeah.
keeping his notes and journals in, so we have that as evidence should we need it.
hmm what I suggest is that we wrap up here. So
Yep.
I'm gonna give you options for the end.
Okay.
Right now, the ceilings have all disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
You know they are somewhere in the woods. You have different options. You can just leave the town as it is and not do anything about them. You can uh, discuss with Merlin, Ambrose, and see if he can help you stop the cabal. The cabal. Or you can go and hunt for the cabal.
Hmm. Anybody?
I would want to go after the witches,
Yes,
I,
the bad
absolutely.
witches.
They're high on power. They can't be left to run amok.
I
Yeah.
would want Ambrose to deal with them rather than us, but that is because Cunning and Sly are not spec'd for combat.
Yeah, Ambrose is not either.
I know,
So
but he is far more likely to be able to deal with magic.
here's what I'll say. You discuss with Ambrose, and he tells you about how the cabal was always here and was a beneficial force for the village for a very long time in exchange for 1 or 2 sacrifice a year. But since Henry came in town, he started hunting down everyone, and he got many members of the cabal, and he started torturing them, and the cabal became desperate to find a way to get rid of the threat. And he tells you that Adelaide has found something, an entity that he does not know of, that offers her more power but for more sacrifice.
Hmm.
And so, with that knowledge, you eventually manage to reach the sanctuary, which is in the
Mm-hmm.
woods, and you face the cabal. Are you trying to kill them? Are you trying to subdue them? What are you trying to do?
Convince them to break the bond with the entity would be James's vote.
Yes, definitely
Yeah,
subdue.
subdue with that aim in mind would be kind of Cunning and Sly's option, depending on which time of day it is as to which of them's got the vote.
Um, the you rapidly see that Adelaide is beyond redemption. She is
She's power
mad.
hungry.
She is mad with power, and she thinks that the entity is the solution. And actually, you can gather that the entity has been asking for more and more as time passed, and she doesn't stop. But Charles, who had his reservations since the beginning, helps you. He's not a magic practitioner, but he manages to convince Thibault and Anne, who are not magic practitioners either, to turn against Adelaide, and she doesn't. She's not mad enough to actually kill them, and so she accepts to be captured.
Okay.
And you go back to the Order with Adelaide
And a baby.
and a baby.
I feel like we
But
should have
you-
probably
but
returned
for
back
some
to the
for some
village.
Yeah,
reason,
we
you-
should
you
probably
don't-
return it after.
We're the new bad guys.
Or is it a case of after if you handle it for too long, its mother won't accept it back in the nest?
I
Smells
feel
of
like
you
that's
now.
where you want the
I
baby
didn't touch it. I
with
think
you,
it's
don't
Barbara
you?
Blue's child right now.
Barbara
it's not
Blue's child,
mine.
definitely.
No, not mine.
Okay.
Congratulations
I
on being
honestly,
a father.
even though I feel kind of bad, I think maybe giving it back would be better.
So you give the baby back to this kind and smiling
Wait.
parents who were
First question:
yeah,
is Adeline's gone, right?
Adelaide is under your custody.
Okay, yeah. So I give back the baby.
Okay.
As long as there's no more sacrifices,
Yeah.
I'll give back the baby.
And since Henry and Adelaide are not here anymore, you, from what you can see, Charles is quite happy with the results. And he is taking over the town. And he's gonna lead the town now. For better or for
Okay.
worse, you don't know.
Yeah, we left you a kind of bashed up manner. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
That's not a problem. Thank you for your help in dealing with my sister and my brother-in-law.
It's our pleasure. We've had a delightful time. We may come back at some point.
Yeah,
we know
well,
where you live now.
I hope not too soon, though.
No, and awfully
I
sorry
hope
about your
not, for
brother-in-law.
your sake.
I was nothing but a delight. I don't know why you wouldn't want me back.
What about me? I was good.
Okay, so you say farewells and you go back to the Order, having accomplished your mission, and we're gonna end up here.
With a witch in tow. How they'll be delighted.
Yeah,
They've done more with less. Look at me.
yeah. So thank you for playing. Once
Nice,
again, for
that
the
was
people-
amazing. Thank
really
you
was.
so
That was
much.
really good.
awesome.
We're gonna debrief right after if you want. For the people
Cool.
who are watching this, late pledge is still open until January 10th. As a reminder, this was homemade scenarios, so some of the rules I might have bent a bit, and we have not done everything right. But I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. You
Bye.
can say bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.